clear all around. Continue.
We continue.
All right, Josh, I'm going to let go in 3, 2, 1. Letting go just lightly. I'm going to keep my fingers very lightly but not touching. Feet away from the tower by about 1 inch. You're clear of all the stanchions. Continue, Koichi.
Continuing.
You're good there. Hold that current course.
Copy.
And Josh, you're clear to cheat away from the tower a little bit more since you have clearance on that side. You're clear of the FOA. You're about a quarter of the way clear of the grapple fixture. Halfway clear of the grapple fixture.
Copy.
Got about 5 inches of clearance on this side. So continue.
Copy, continue.
The bottoms of the beam are past the plate. About 5 more inches till you're completely clear. Josh, you're completely clear of the tower and the grapple fixture. Nicely done.
Nice teamwork, guys.
No, great job on pulling that thing.
20 centimeters to go.
Copy. Can I go ahead and start my socket swap?
That's a firm, Frank. We're going to socket swap.
Okay, Josh, position hold, and we're going to set up a JOCAS for outboard JOCAS.
Copy.
And Frank, you're going to drop off your 12-inch onto the socket caddy and then put the 2-inch that's in your trash bag on your PGT. Just for your SA, this is the last time we're getting in the crew lock bag tango. So if you give us a good heck of you, we can help with inventory, not asking for an inventory at this time.
Okay. Copy.
Two hours, 47 minutes, 30 seconds into the spacewalk. iROSA now released from its spot on the FSE, that flight support equipment, firmly in the grasp of Josh Cassida, who's riding on the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm. He's got it by 2 scoops, essentially temporary handles that they installed onto the array. They're also tethered to him, so he's got that in his grasp. Meanwhile, he's going to now get flown on top of the robotic arm from his current location out to the work site.
I understand. You take care of this video routing and step 8.
And he's getting the flight maneuver courtesy of Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata at the robotics workstation inside the station. Meanwhile, Frank Rubio is going to make his way by hand over to the same work site, at which point we're going to start moving into some of the installation procedures. First thing after we get it over there is going to be to get iROSA initially onto its mounting bracket. Once we get some soft capture points in, we'll be able to unfold it. So you can see it kind of doubled up in its configuration right now. It's going to be unfolded. And so it's just one continuous array long ways. After that, they can get the final attachment points in place, get all of the hard capture bolts engaged, then start to do the cable routing. So again, at the very beginning of this spacewalk, Frank Rubio's first task was to go over and start routing and tying down a couple of cables. Those are power connections. That's going to integrate this new array in with the legacy one to the 4A power channel to let them all get engaged.
Good socket swap and good pull test.
Affirmative.
Now that cable routing activity is one that has some special considerations with it. We have to be in eclipse for those power connections to be made. That's just the primary way we can make sure that no electrical energy is being generated by those solar rays. So they will wait until we're on the dark side of planet Earth before they do that cable connection.
If you can pull a body down a little bit, it'll get fully in the heck of you, and we should be able to see inside. That was a good view. Go ahead and, Frank, you can go ahead and start trying to pack it all up, and then we'll do the video review on the ground.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Josh and Frank, we're ready for the outboard JOCAS. This is a 3-minute maneuver, and we'll move Josh body left 8 meters and body out about 3 meters. And Josh, iROSA and FRGS tower clearance will be 73 centimeters. So please keep keep the clearance from the tower. And if you're ready, we will start the maneuver.
I think we're already clear of the tower. I don't have view of it. Understand going body left and towards my back as well. I am ready for the maneuver.
Yep, and I have a good visual on the tower, and you are clear.
Okay, copy that. Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
Good motion.
All right, so the relocation of iROSA now in work. We can see the FSC pallet in the bottom right where Frank Rubio's doing some final bag inventory. He had to swap out the socket on his pistol grip tool one final time, as that's going to get used to drive a number of bolts on iROSA itself to secure it. But in the meantime, the robotic arm is in motion. Josh Cassada at the very top with iROSA in his grip on his way out to the work site.
Frank Houston concurs.
Thank you.
And Frank, your next task is to retrieve Josh's red safety tether from the Nader CETA rail location.
Thank you. I thank the owner. How's it going, Josh?
Great. So you know when we did that water in the helmet check?
Yeah.
That's when I raised my visor.
Sorry.
Yep.
Just ramping out now.
Copy. Okay, hold on. That was pretty abrupt. Okay, we got it.
Okay, Josh, in position hold, we're going to set up the next JOCAS for iROSA pitch joint.
Okay, copy that. Just a heads up, Richie, that one stopped a little quickly on me. If you see it ramping out on the next one, if you could give me a heads up, that'd be awesome.
Okay, we'll do.
So just about 5 minutes away from the 3-hour mark of today's spacewalk and plan to last about 7. Everything moved smoothly so far, still a couple of minutes ahead of the timeline. The pair worked together to prepare the work site by routing cables. Frank Rubio knocking that out on his first task out of the gate, while Josh Cassada worked to get iROSA ready to get detached from its temporary stowage point and get into the robotic arm where he is currently standing with iROSA in his grip. You heard him asking for a heads up as we were going to slow down some of the motion. Again, these iROSAs weigh right around 750 pounds. And while they are in microgravity, it's not too hard for them to start moving those. But something with that much mass can be hard to stop moving. So definitely something for the crew to keep in mind as they're doing these very slow and deliberate movements. This a view, though, from Frank Rubio's helmet cam as he's making his way out to the work site.
We are ready for the iROSA pitch showcast, and this will give you move heads up around iROSA for 90 degrees pitch down. And if you're ready, we will start the maneuver.
Understand we're pitching down 90 degrees, and I'm going to be ready for your countdown. Sounds great.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
See good motion?
Pitch.
There's that planet.
And Frank, I see you picked up the red hook there. You'll want to check your gauntlets are in place.
They are, both left and right.
Okay, Josh, we are ramping out.
Copy.
And so, Frank, the handrail you're looking for is 5124.
On the opposite side, correct?
That's affirm.
Okay, Josh, arms in position hold, and we're going to set up for a lineup.
Sounds great. Thank you so much for your help on that one.
So that's up.
And Frank, if you can put a fair lead in Josh's safety tether at 5114 there at the corner.
Well, thanks, mate.
And just crossed that 3-hour mark into today's spacewalk. So right now we're looking over the shoulder of Frank Rubio, EV1, our lead spacewalker for today. He's making his way over to the P4 work site. He was there already once as he laid down some of the cables that are going to be used to integrate the new solar array into the power channel along with the legacy array. So he's making his way by hand. In the meantime, Josh Cassada still in the foot restraint on top of the robotic arm. He's got iROSA in his grip. There's a look through his helmet cam. He is a little bit of a ways away from station structure, so the video can kind of come in and out as he's getting flown over. But he's got iROSA in his hands.
Which will place you under the IEA, and this is a 2-minute JOCAS, and we'll move you body out about 5.5 meters and body left about a meter. And again, this is a translational JOCAS, so the motion will be faster than the pitch motion. Ready for the motion?
Okay, copy. Towards my back, about a little over 5, and towards my left, 1.5 meters. I do not have the IEA in sight. I am ready for the maneuver.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, starting the motion. Okay, Josh, we are ramping out.
Okay. Copy that. Thank you.
Hey, Josh.
Hi, Frank.
And Frank, I see you in a good position there on the left side.
Yep, and I can verify all face-off captures are still in a good position.
Okay, Josh, arms in position hold. We're going to set up for manual for iROSA install.
Copy.
And Frank, the same cautions and warnings apply that I've previously read, plus a couple here. So the warning is don't put finger in the iROSA pin slots on the inside and outside of the root beam. And then when on the aft side of the mod kit, avoid contacting the legacy blanket boxes and trunnions.
Okay, copy all. Thank you.
Yep, and then you've got the cautions about mod kit. Don't simultaneously impart loads, translate slow, and a max load of 30 pounds.
Copy.
Okay, Josh and Frank, we are ready for the manual maneuver to the iROSA install position. This is per your GCA, Frank, to the published position, which is body left 2.2 meters. Are you ready?
Okay, I am ready. Yeah, and you have it. Just to verify, this is a GCA to publish, correct?
You published, which is body left 2.2 meters for Josh.
Okay. You have a go.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, arms in motion.
Good motion, good motion.
Okay, good motion. Another 1.5 meters to go.
Still clear, continue.
Copy.
And with Josh and iROSA arriving out at the worksite, we're maneuvering it into the install position. So there's going to be 2 soft capture.
1 meter to go.
Copy, still clear, continue.
2 soft capture devices that are going to lock in on this first part of iROSA. And after those are engaged, we'll be able to get Josh Casta out of the robotic arm to move around to begin getting ready for the unfolding of the array, after which they'll engage the third and final soft capture.
$50 centimeters to go.
Copy, continue.
Continue. $20 centimeters to go.
Okay. Expect to ramp out in about 10.
Copy.
Okay, ramp out in. Continue.
Continue.
3, 2, 1. About?
Okay, ramped out. So this is close to the published position.
Yep, and this is a great location here.
10 seconds to hand over.
In closer. Can you get your hand on it?
Have my hand on it. Oh.
And should just be a quick video handover. We'll get that back quick. We're approaching the install point. Once they get there, Cassidy is going to continue to just maintain control, his grip on iROSA. And
So the edge of protective cover is about 3 centimeters away from the bracket.
Right.
I think from a clearance perspective, it might be a good place to stop. Okay. Now we could translate you towards me, body forward.
I'll leave that to you. I don't know that that's necessary. But for me, see, it looks like my arm is. Yeah, I'm good. I think we're in the same position we were last time.
Yep. Copy, then GCA complete.
Okay, copy. GCA complete. Brakes on. You have a go for iROSA install.
Copy, go.
Just watch your right arm.
And Frank, Josh, I want to let you know we're back with you.
I've got my hand on the rail here.
Awesome.
And I just have one caution to confirm that there's no BGA motion.
Now that we're in.
Sorry, I'm stepping on you, Josh. Just one caution to make sure that we don't have BGA motion before installing, but you are go for the install.
Okay, and we need to remove this left tube. Anything else before we get started?
Just that one scoop, yes.
Okay. Frank, you got it with your right hand?
Give me 1 second. I do.
Okay. I'm going to keep, if we can keep from moving it towards the planet. Let's see, I'm going to take my hand off. All right.
so our spacewalker is working in tandem again. Right now, Josh Castro working to remove that scoop. That was just that temporary handling aid that he had on iROSA.
I'm trying. Okay. I'm just going to let it load here.
Okay. Okay, let's translate it towards me when you're ready.
I'm ready, and you just guide. I think you need to pull it towards feet. Oh, not that way. I think it's not parallel with the mod kit right now.
No, it's not yet. Well, let's translate it towards me first, and then we'll another 10 centimeters.
You mean towards the left side of the mod kit, not into the mod kit yet?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. And it's at a pretty good angle right now, so you're going to have to pull your hand towards you. There you go.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to roll my end towards the IEA, about 10 degrees.
Okay, you're going to have to pull a little bit towards you. Okay. Or pull towards the IEA.
Are you able to push your end towards your feet?
Right. It's, hold on for 1 second. Okay. For some reason, your end is not going. Okay. Let's just get going towards the mod kit, and then we'll adjust it once we're in.
There you go. Just a couple more degrees.
Sundays will slide a little bit towards the left side of the mod kit. It looks like to line up on that air bar move. Okay. Yeah, too far maybe. What do you think?
Looks about right from my end.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, and now we can just go towards the tabs. It's pitched down. It's trying to pitch up a little bit.
Oh, watch the roll. Watch the roll.
Yep. Hold on, give me a second.
There you go. Hold there. Stabilize it. Okay. I'm going to start bringing this.
Yeah, slide under real quick. I think I'm going to be able to control it a lot better.
Hold on. Hold on.
Okay, I got it.
That's good. You can let go there.
Okay.
Go ahead and let go.
Okay. Do you mind if I slide under? It'll help you a lot more.
Nope, that's okay. Just watch your helmet on the...
Yep, thank you. Okay, ready? Do the soft. Now, there you go. Perfect.
Make it nice and slow on any rotations here.
The top left, you can see some of the bolts sticking out. Those are going to be the hard capture. Those two handles you see are going to be our soft capture mechanism. So crew just working on aligning iROSA, getting it in place.
Watch your helmet. There you go. That one went down.
Yeah.
It looks like those go down pretty easily. Is that right? At least that one did.
Yeah.
Okay. Your helmet is pushing on the iROSA, just so you know.
Okay. Copy. It looks like we're lined up here.
Laterally.
Yep.
Okay. If you're ready to go back towards PGA, a minute.
Okay, let's do that. Ready? 3.
Okay.
1, 2.
Oops. Oh. I think that's too far.
Yeah.
Right. Are you able to visually see the tabs going into the plot?
Not from here, but I can reposition to do that.
I think, yeah, watch your head. There you go. Nice save.
Let's see if we can get the tabs. Are you able to take your the far side away from the IEA so we can pitch it down?
You want to pitch like this?
Yep.
Yeah, pitch nose down towards the runway. I got it.
Yep. Push towards me.
You mean laterally?
Laterally up towards the EJ.
Okay, so down the runway. Here it comes.
There we go.
Oh, not this one. Yep, got this one.
Okay, hold.
We got one in, and yours closest to you.
Come on, try to hold it without moving it 1 inch.
Watch your helmet again, sorry. So why don't we pull that one all the way full out and let it recapture? What do you think?
Yep.
That one's good.
Yeah. I understand. This looks aligned. It looks based well.
Can you watch your helmet?
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
It's in.
Is it in?
Yep.
Well, Nick, I think we got two.
We were all watching.
Verified that it
Nice
looks
work.
good from all angles there. Whew. Really nicely done, Frank.
That was mostly just forced into thing. But it got in. Yeah, Nick, I'm not really sure what the issue was on that one, to be honest. We were lined up. It looked parallel. Yeah, but it just felt like it wasn't able to release in a full engaged position, and then somehow it just clicked. So I don't have better data for you there.
Yeah, no worries. I appreciate the words, Frank,
Right.
and we've got the background copying it all down. You are good to release or attach the long duration tie down to the scoop, and then you'll release that scoop from the root beam.
I thought I was just releasing the ret for the next maneuver, leaving the scoop and long duration tie down there.
And Josh, that sounds like a good plan.
Okay. Doesn't matter to me. I just wanted to be able to release my death grip on that bad boy.
Completely understand.
So, I've stowed the left scoop on my mini workstation and retrieving my ret from the right. That leaves the right scoop and the long duration tie down tether. Okay. If you agree, Nick, I'm going to go ahead and have Duke get started on the next maneuver.
And Josh, that sounds like a plan.
Too easy to.
Go ahead, Josh.
Okay, I am ready for I guess it's the R6 back-off position.
Yes, that's correct. First one is a manual maneuver to the iROSA back-off position, and after that there's a JOCA, so we're setting up a manual maneuver. Stand by.
Awesome. Duke, nicely done getting us in here tight so we can get that thing in.
Okay, Josh, we are ready for the maneuver to the iROSA back-off position. And this is to your body right 2 meters. Are you ready?
Body right 2 meters, EV2 is ready for the maneuver.
Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
Okay, I see good motion.
So after some finessing, Frank Rubio, Josh Cassidy able to get the iROSA into its install position. We were able to engage 2 of those soft capture handles that we watched Frank get ultimately installed after they tweaked the alignment a little bit. Next up, we're going to be moving the arm back, so Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann inside the station, backing Josh Cassidy away, and he's going to then start to get out pretty soon of that APFR. Before that, he's going to have to release a hinge restraint. So that's what's in place to essentially keep iROSA folded. Once that gets released, there's a 1-bolt R6 that's going to get released, and then they're going to be able to move into unfolding of the array. So again, first we're going to unfold it, and then we're going to deploy it. So it's 2 different steps. So right now it's folded up kind of like a sandwich. We're going to unfold that and then move to secure the 3rd soft capture, and then bolt this thing into place in the mounting bracket before we get to cable install and ultimately unfurling the new iROSA array. So everything continuing to go really smoothly for both of our spacewalkers. Hitting a couple of sticky points, but moving and being able to work through each of them without any issues. We're still a little bit ahead on the timeline as we're 3 hours, 22 and a half minutes into today's spacewalk.
And Frank, Josh, just want to give you a heads up on timeline, big picture. We're doing good. You're seeing the sunset. We're targeting the next eclipse for the cable mate.
Copy, nice, thanks so much.
And so right now we're heading into an eclipse. You can see things starting to get dark on the crew members there. And as you just heard Nick Hague call up.
We are ready for the R6 backup JOCAS, which is a 3-minute maneuver, and we will move you, yaw you to the left about 90 degrees. Are you ready?
I'm ready for the JOCAS. Thank you.
Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
And that call right there, so Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann executing another maneuver with the space station's robotic arm. You heard JOCAS. It stands for Joint Operated Command Auto Sequence. Just an automated sequence for maneuver of the arm, helps the crew member just be more aware of where the different loads, the maneuvers are going to go. They're maneuvering Josh Cassidy right now into position to release what's known as R6. And that's what's going to be able to let them ultimately unfold the iROSA array. We are going to be targeting the next eclipse, though, so that's about an hour and a half from now before we get into any cable mating, because, again, we have to be in eclipse. It's our most surefire inhibit to make sure that the arrays aren't generating any electricity. That's when we're on the dark side of the planet. And so we'll have to wait for that before we can do any of the actual cable connections, start integrating these arrays together into the same power channel. Meanwhile, the crew waiting for this maneuver to take place. They've got cameras there with thermal covers over them, able to take pictures of both hardware and other things during their spacewalk. Again, we're just shy of 3.5 hours. We're at 3 hours, 25 minutes. So we are just about halfway through the planned timeline for today. Everything going great so far. with Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio that we've got iROSA in its initial capture.
Copy.
2 of the 3 soft capture mechanisms are engaged. The third won't get engaged until after we're able to unfold. And then after that, we'll be able to start bolting everything into place.
Okay, Josh, position hold. We're going to set up for R6 approach manual maneuver.
Okay, you are a go for the GCA to publish for R6 approach.
Copy. We are setting that up.
And Josh, your PGT settings are going to be Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2.
Awesome, thank you so much. Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2.
And Josh, we are ready for the maneuver for your GCA to the published R6 approach position, which is body in 1 meter.
Okay, start GCA to published.
And Josh, because at night we don't have good the view on the cameras, if you could monitor the clearance of the ingress aid to the structure.
I've got ingress aid and boot plate to structure.
Okay, here comes the motion, and in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
See good motion?
See good motion.
Continue.
See continue.
Continue.
See continue, another 60 centimeters.
Continue.
See continue. Another 30.
Continue.
Copy.
And ramp out in 3, 2, 1.
Ramping out.
Okay. It's going to work fine. GCA complete.
GCA complete. You have a go for unbolting.
And Josh, before you start doing turns there, we need to clean up the scoops.
Okay.
So big picture, you're going to daisy chain the scoop that's on you and the scoop that's got the long duration in front of you that's still attached to iROSA. And when those are daisy chained together on that long duration, you're going to hand that to Frank so he can send it over to crew lock back in.
Please stand by.
So Josh Cassada is still on the end of the robotic arm, now in place. Before he can remove this final hinge restraint, he's going to remove the scoop. It's on the left side of your screen. That's the temporary handle that was put on iROSA to assist with him holding onto it as they flew over to this work site.
End of the long duration, not the end that is attached to the scoop.
You'll see him swing the small lever that's just below the circular part over to the right. That puts it in its release position. He'll be able to pop that off. He's then going to hand it over to Frank Rubio to go temporarily stow it on the exterior of a crew lock bag.
Now the scoop that's on the mini workstation is ready to me, so I'm going to take this here.
Can I give you this right to put on the long duration there?
On the long duration, yes, I can. See, end of it. All right, it is on. It locked out.
Yeah.
I'll wait to release my RESA. Okay, so you're ready to the long duration. Long duration goes to one scoop. The other long duration goes to this scoop, so I'm going to release my ret. Go for it. Okay, there's one scoop for you. And then I will release scoop that is attached to iROSA.
Okay. There we go.
See scoop in the release position.
I have the scoops.
You have the scoops and the long duration.
And now both of those scoops that were used to give a handle essentially for Josh Cassada now transferred over to Frank Rubio. He's going to go temp stow those.
Scoops back down to crew lock bag M. Between the two of you, we'll want to put eyes on the soft capture feature just to make sure it's in a good position. And then Josh will wait for Frank to get into a position to hold iROSA, because when we release that bolt, it'll unfold.
Understood. I can see out the side that the other soft capture is not deployed yet. It's sticking up. If you want Frank to see the other side of it, you can just wait.
That's a good config. Thanks for the check.
Well,
Okay. I am in position.
Okay, so we'll just confirm those settings. It's been a bit. Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2, and it's going to be 18 to 20 turns. The bolt will spring out when it's fully released.
okay, I've got Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2, understand 18 to 20 turns.
Good readback.
And we're on R6. All right. Certain turns.
All right, so Josh Cassada right now releasing the final hinge restraint. Once this is released, we'll be able to start unfolding the iROSA array. So before that happens, Cassada is going to have to stow his PGT, and then he's going to back off away from iROSA on the robotic arm. He's going to get out of that foot restraint and start making his way back over. And then once he gets into position, over on the other side of the mounting bracket, Frank Rubio is going to slowly start to pivot, and that's going to allow iROSA to start to unfold.
It is sprung out. I see the wave behind you.
Copy, good release. So Josh, while Frank holds that in position, you're good to work with Koichi for the arm maneuvers.
See that? Okay, M2, EV2 is ready for the R6 back off maneuver.
Okay, copy that, Josh. This is a body out for about 90 centimeters. Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
I see good motion.
Copy, good motion. You're ramping out.
Copy.
Okay, Josh, position hold. We will set up for the APFR egress JOCAS.
Copy.
Okay, Josh, we are ready for APFR egress setup JOCAS, which is a 3-minute JOCAS, and we will move yaw you to the right about 90 degrees. Are you ready?
Ready for the JOCAS, thank you.
Okay, here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
I see good motion.
Copy, good motion. Josh, the arm is ramping out.
Ready?
Yeah, arm is in the position hold, and we will set up for manual to APFR egress position.
Okay, and understand that is a GCA to publish?
It's affirmative.
And for each when you're set up, I'm ready for the GCA to publish for the APFR egress.
Okay, Josh, this is a body left 70 centimeters. Here comes the motion in 3, 2, 1, in motion.
And see good motion?
Copy, good motion. Centimeters to go.
Continue.
Centimeters to go.
Okay, continue.
So at this moment, Nicole Mann, Koichi Wakata.
Continue. GCA another 20 centimeters.
See another 20 centimeters.
Ramp out in 3, 2, 1. Stop motion.
Okay, stopping the motion. Position hold.
GCA is complete for me.
Yeah. Okay, Josh, your brakes on. You have a go for APFR egress.
Copy that. I understand egress just with the ingress aid?
That's affirmative.
All right, so again, the robotic arm with Josh Cassett at the end backed away from the iROSA and moved over to the station structure itself, and now he'll be able to egress or get out of that foot restraint.
Yes, we do. I'd like you to get it stowed in low profile.
And once Cassett is able to get out of this foot restraint, he's going to move back over into position to help Frank Rubio start to unfold iROSA. They're going to work together to slowly unfold it. Casta will be ready to engage the final alignment and the final soft capture handle. We saw the first two get into place when they brought iROSA over to the mounting bracket, so we'll have one more to go. After it's unfolded, there's two hinge bolts, and those are going to get driven into place using a combination of the PGT, our drill, and also a special tool called the AMS knob. It's essentially a screwdriver that you can operate by holding it in the palm of your hand. And this way we're going to make sure we're not imparting too much torque on the final install of these bolts, and these hinge bolts are what's going to securely hold the array in place once it's unfolded.
Copy that, Josh. And so you're going to move over to the mod kit, and when you're in a good position, you'll give Koichi the go to reposition the arm.
Okay.
And Josh, big picture, as the arm stretches away, you'll keep an eye on your safety tether and eventually put a fair lead on the right lower strut handrail.
Okay. I go there now, if that's okay, and then we'll work on the arm ops. Looks like I got the seam. There it is. Okay. The 55-foot isn't pulling too hard, so I'm not sure if this fair lead's going to stay.
Hey, Josh.
We are fair led on the lower. Go ahead.
Hey, Josh, just wanted to, I was probably unclear in order of ops. We'll put the fair lead in afterwards just to make sure we stay clear when we unfold the iROSA. Big picture is leave the fair lead out, let the arm stretch away so that we don't restrict the pull out of the cable.
Okay, so undo the fair lead I just did. It shouldn't make much of a difference, right?
Nope, you're just going to need to put eyes on it.
Okay. I've got eyes on it. M2 EV2, you are a go to maneuver the arm away from the mod kit.
And Josh, we'd like that fair lead out.
Okay, no fair lead.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back up to the mod kit then. Yeah, no problem. M2 EV2, did you copy?
Go ahead, Josh.
You are go to maneuver the SS RMS away from the mod kit.
Okay, we're going to move to the tether swap position, and because of the night lighting, we do not have good clearance view, and tether is clear, right?
The tether is clear, but I also don't have a good view of the arm itself.
Okay, stand by, we're going to check.
All right, and while you guys do that, I'm going to get myself in position for the unfold here. do you have a good view of each other here?
Yep. And clear there. You might want to sweep it down to your left side of your body. It'll go across your body, but it'll go under your there you go, under your armpit there. Oh, there you go. Now it's perfectly clear.
Awesome. Okay. Rick, I think we're in a good spot to unfold if you agree.
And Josh, just want to make sure that the arm is in a good position.
It is back over my left. It is not clear yet.
Yep, copy, Josh. We'll wait for Duke and Koichi to get the arm where it needs to be. Then we'll confirm that the safety tether is going to be out of the plane of the unfold, and then we'll get happy and everybody give you a go.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Okay, Josh and Frank, we are ready to maneuver to the tether swap position. First, we will move to the station starboard 3 meters, and then after that, we need to move zenith 2 meters, but we need to have a better lighting for the clearance monitoring for the zenith motion. But we will start with station starboard 3 meter motion at this time.
You are go.
Copy, Coach.
We are still setting up the manual mode.
And our astronauts inside the station, Nicole Man, Koichi Wakata, working now to move the robotic arm a little bit out of the way, and then we're going to be able to continue on with this unfolding.
3, 2, 1, in motion.
I see good motion.
In motion.
Together looks good to me.
Okay. Another 1.5 meters to station starboard.
Copy. I think you've got eyes on my safety tether?
Yeah.
So if they can't go station zenith, it actually is going to be in the way of the unfold.
Yeah, it'd be close.
Yep.
Meters to go.
Copy.
A long night pass for being near high beta angle.
37 meters to go.
Copy.
Okay, starboard maneuver is complete, and we will need to move to zenith for 2 meters. At this time, we don't have good clearance view.
Okay. Are you able to move at all zenith without more light?
Yeah, we can move about 1 meter, but we need to move 2 meters total.
What do you think, Frank, with that?
Yeah, and I can, Koichi, I can clear the lead all the way down, all the way zenith. I just can't clear the rest of the arm, but I have a really good view of the lead in the APFR.
Yeah, all we need the clearance is the APFR clearance, so if you could monitor that, I would appreciate it.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, here comes the motion in station zenith. 3, 2, 1, starting the motion.
Good motion, good motion.
Copy, good motion.
So we had peeked inside for just a moment, saw Koichi and Nicole Man.
Copy that.
They're working inside the Destiny laboratory at the robotics workstation. You can see them right here. Nicole Mann's our M1, our robotics lead. She's been the one controlling the arm so far today. while Koichi takes the comm duties, speaking directly to Josh Cassett and Frank Rubio outside. Meanwhile, they're still perched right at the iROSA's install point. We're waiting for
10 meters to go.
the arm to get out of the way, essentially, before they can start to unfold iROSA.
10 meters to go.
They're again going to be working in tandem to very slowly unfold iROSA, at which point Josh Cassett is going to be able to engage the third and final soft capture.
Hey, Frank, if you can put a hand on iROSA, it's starting to unfold.
Okay, position hold, and thanks for the clearance monitoring.
No problem. Sorry, Nick, I had to put my arm down to see the arm.
Yep, understood. We were watching it the whole time. And so, Josh, if the safety tether is clear, the original fair lead that I had you put in was intended to provide some additional clearance of your safety tether relative to the current arm position to make sure it stays out of the fold.
I see. Do we need it?
No. Okay. Doesn't look like it.
I'm happy to put it in, but if
yeah, it'll give a little extra safety margin.
Okay.
Only need to go like half the distance, but unfortunately I don't think there's anything there to...
No. That's okay. I'll go do it.
Sounds like a plan, guys. And just to let you know, we're still up on the timeline.
Okay, thanks, Nick.
And Josh, while you're working on that, Frank's holding it closed. I've got a warning here to avoid the pinch point when you're unfolding and rotating iROSA.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Okay, that fair lead is in. Don't know how long it's going to stay, actually. Nope, it's not. This reel isn't pulling too hard, Nick, so the fair lead doesn't really want to stay in. Can we just keep a good eye on it while we unfold it, do you think, Frank, and just keep it clear?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's got to be well clear. It's just those extra step, but I think we have plenty. We'll have at least a meter more clearance.
Nick, if you're okay with that plan, Frank, think we've got at least a meter?
Yep, and we're comfortable with that plan. Just keep eyes on it as it's unfolding.
Sounds good.
Just cheat towards the IEA with your body position.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Okay, 1 second. I'll get myself locked in right here. Okay. I can stay here, and we can do unfold, and I probably don't have to go any further later than that.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah. All right, looks good. Ready?
I am ready.
Do we have a go to unfold?
You have a go.
And there we see iROSA starting to unfold. So this whole time, Frank Rubio's been keeping a hand on it. As once that last bolt, that R6 bolt, was released, it was able to unfold. So the slow unfolding process now underway.
Well, it's going to work. You're okay? Okay, that's good.
Once we get it completely unfolded,
okay,
we're going to be looking for Josh Cassada to engage another alignment and a soft capture handle.
Remember, the soft capture's left trigger, or like counterclockwise?
Yep, correct. I got it.
Not quite all the way in yet. There we go.
Okay, engaged.
And let's make sure. Okay, and Nick, you can probably see that in the heck. I think that's a good engage there for the third.
And copy all. We see a good install.
Nicely done.
So before you guys go too far, we'll do glove, hap check, and gauntlet check on everybody.
Okay.
EV1, no changes to my gloves, good gloves. Gauntlets are both down, and the hap is dry.
No changes to EV2's gloves. And gauntlets are in place. I can maneuver them if I need to. And my hap is also dry.
Okay, good checks, thanks. So the next thing, we're going to drive the R7, R8 bolts. So Josh, you're going to move into position to work those hinge bolts. And Frank, you're going to work on, you've got those long duration with the scoops back at crew log bag M. You're going to get those stowed, but you're also going to retrieve the AET with the AMS knob.
Copy.
all right, so a good initial install, a good soft capture.
So until it's just going to keep coming back out, but it's all here near the bag.
Understand, Frank, and what we're really looking for is just a retrieve of the AMS knob with the cap keepers, and just your SA, we're leaving that redded back to the bag.
And that is affirmative. I have it in hand, and it is redded 2 routes back to the bag.
And so right here in the hands of Frank Rubio, that's the AMS knob that's going to be used for hand tightening of some of these bolts. So iROSA unfolded.
We made it in time. This PGT is still powered up. And I'm up near R7 and R8.
Alrighty, your setting is Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
That's a good readback, and you're going to drive expecting 14 to 16 turns.
14 to 16 turns. I'm going to confirm those settings with you again here in a second. These gloves are fat and just killed the power to this thing.
I've done that.
So we're looking through Frank Rubio's helmet camera. That's Josh Cassada there with the pistol grip tool. He's putting the settings in. So Alpha 1, if you remember, we've got A1 through 7, B1 through 7.
Clockwise 2.
Alpha 1 is the least torque.
Let's say again those turns, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, 14 to 16 turns, you're going to torque.
Okay.
So looking at putting the minimum torque possible on these bolts using the pistol grip tool. It's actually a little bit more torque than these bolts are designed for. So after he drives them in, he's going to drive them back about 1 turn and then use that AMS knob to hand tighten these bolts. And these are just what's going to ensure that iROSA stays in this unfolded position. So he's got 2 to go, R7 and R8. He'll get these first. He'll tighten them both. Then we'll see him switch over to a counterclockwise to loosen them up 1 turn. And then Frank Rubio will hand him the AMS knob to do some quick hand tightening it back about a turn. at which point we will be done with those bolts and they'll be able to step into securing the 8 mounting bracket bolts that are going to do essentially our hard capture of iROSA on this mounting bracket.
So saying 17.58, good green light, and torque at 2.4. That was R7.
Copy. Good bolt on R7.
Seventeen and a half. This is 17.31, good green light, good torque of 2.4, that's R8.
Copy, Josh. Okay, so the next step is we're going to go alpha 1, counter 2, and we're going to release each of those bolts. 1 turn.
Alpha 1, counterclockwise 2 for 1 turn. Both.
Let me know if you need me to hold your feet.
Oh, that wouldn't be bad. Yeah, I'm going to come horizontal here. Oh, that'd be great. That's perfect. Thank you. Right, starting counterclockwise. 1.
Okay, copy, Josh. Good release on R7 and R8. So once you stow the PGT, Frank's going to hand you that AMS knob.
Copy. Okay. Can we do the same thing, Frank? Yep. All right. I did. All right. There we go. Okay. Let's do the hard one first. We'll do R7.
Copy, Josh. And it's just hand tight, less than 30 inch-pounds. Should be less than a turn.
Copy.
All right, so again, Josh Cassidy using that pistol grip tool first to do the initial turning on these final 2 bolts to secure iROSA in the unfolded position. He then backed them off 1 turn each, and now just using this to hand tighten, as we didn't want too much torque on these bolts. They were actually designed for a little bit less than the minimum torque possible using that pistol grip tool, so this hand tool, our workaround. We used the pistol grip tool at first because otherwise doing the full tightening with the hand tool would be pretty torturous on a crew member, so lesson learned from earlier spacewalks.
Copy. Good install on R7.
And it looks like R7 complete. Next up is going to be R8. And then once this is done, Cassidy is going to hand off the AMS knob over to Frank, who's going to stow them in that crew bag. And then they're going to move into securing iROSA to this mounting bracket with 8 additional bolts. And so it'll be over to Frank Rubio and his PGT to get those installed.
Thank you.
Copy, Josh. Good R8. And from a translation aid perspective, you can use the base of those bolts, the bolt cam, but try to not put load into the bolts themselves.
Okay. You talk about the M1 through M38 bolts?
Affirmative.
Okay. Well, they'll be gone soon enough because Frank's going to take care of them, I think. Are you ready for wrench hooks on the caps?
Affirmative.
Okay. All right, here's J4. Three. I can get 1 and 2 if you want. Okay. Want me to head over to my safety tether? Yeah, I can get it. Good with that plan, Rick? I'm going to cool down here a little bit first.
And so right now they're removing some of the caps from the connection points for these cables. Reminder that we won't be able to do the entire electrical mating until we're in an eclipse, as we're going to be plugging into the legacy array, which is obviously unfurled and generating electricity.
Copy, Josh. 5 on the TCV, and so you're going to work with Koichi for the arm to get into the tether swap position.
Okay. I'm going to move over there, Frank. Thank you for bringing that over my way. Yeah, absolutely. And then can I get started on 31 through 38?
Affirmative. Just while you're under there, I've got a caution for you to avoid inadvertent contact with the cables and NZGL connectors that are attached to the iROSA. But yeah, we're going to start with any order is good, so whatever's convenient. And when you're ready, I'll give you the PGT settings.
Okay. All right. I'll wait line real quick.
Arm is in position, and we will take it.
Copy that. Thank you. All right, Nick, I'm ready for those settings.
Okay, Frank. The settings are Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Bravo 5, clockwise 2. Copy.
Yep, that's a good readback. And you'll check that the black line is flush. You'll drive the torque.
So a little over 4 hours, 10 minutes into today's spacewalk. Another quick momentary handover. We'll get that video back. So we're now stepping into some of the final bolt driving that we're going to need to do in order to secure iROSA to its mounting bracket over to get integrated into the 4A power channel. So there's going to be 8 bolts, and it's going to be over to Frank Rubio, who's going to be using that pistol grip tool again to secure those in place.
My red reel, it is locked, and I'm going to go put it on my right gearing extender.
Josh Cassett is doing a little bit of housekeeping right now with his various tethers. And meanwhile, Frank Rubio getting into position to use that pistol grip tool. He's going to be using a little bit more torque. We're going to be at Bravo 5, so again, 1 through 7. 5's your highest, or 7's your highest, so we're not quite at max torque on this, but we're getting pretty close. There's 4 bolts on the left side, and then 4 bolts on the right.
On the torque on Mike 31.
Copy, that's a good Mike 31. Hey, Frank, just want to confirm on M31 there was a black line flush.
Yeah, sorry about that. Next black line was flush.
Copy, thanks.
Okay, my red hook is on my right gearing extender, gate closed, Airlock, black on black. I retrieve my rep and unlock the reel. Did you copy?
Yep, copy, Josh. See you working to release the ret and unlock the reel.
Okay.
Next bolt was Mike 34, and I had 12 turns, green light, 22.1 on the torque, black line is flush.
Copy, good M34.
Nick, if you agree, I'm going to go up and get my 55-foot anchor off of the arm.
Affirmative, Josh. You got a good tether pack, so you're good to pull your anchor.
Back on Mike 32, actually had 14 turns, green light, 22.1 torque.
Copy, Frank.
Black line flush.
And copy, Frank, and we can see it in your hack as well.
Okay. Mike 33, 12 turns, green light, 22.5 on the torque, black line flush.
Copy, Frank. That's a good set of left side bolts. You'll transition over to the right side.
Okay, I've got my 55-foot back. Hey, Nick, I think we're in a good config to go ahead and maneuver the arm again, if you agree.
Concur, Josh.
Guichi, I'm just going to get out of the way, go back to the mod kit, and then I'll give you a go of whatever is your next maneuver.
Okay, just copy that. If the tether is removed, we can maneuver to the IEA backup position.
I'll stand by. I'll give you a go here in just a second.
Make my 35, I had 13 turns, green light, 21.9 torque, black line flush.
Copy. Good. M35.
And M2 EV2, you are a go to maneuver the SSRMS.
Okay, copy that, Josh. We will maneuver to the IEA backup position.
All right, Frank, well, I'm starting to gather stuff on my mini workstation again.
Nick, Mach 36, 12 turns, green light, 22.2 on the torque, and black line flush.
Copy. Good bolt.
Would you like me to stay down here at the IEA, or do you want me to help with 37 at 38?
I'm working 37 right now. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll just knock it out real quick, 38.
Sure. I will stay out of your way.
That's my 37. I counted 11 turns, it might have been 12, though. Green light, 21.9 on the torque, and black line is flush.
Copy. Good bolt.
Tell you what. I think that's you on my back, right?
Sorry if it is. Yeah, yep, I see you there.
Get out of your way. Nick, how long till that next eclipse?
Yeah, we got a little over 35 minutes, Josh.
Okay, so we're going to go to R9 and R10 next?
And Josh, I was waiting for this bolt stuff, and then I was going to give you the big picture.
Okay, sounds good, sorry.
Like, 38 was 12 turns, green light, 22.1 on the torque. The black line is it's flush if I look at it with the canister flat.
Yep, copy. That's a good bolt. And so, Frank, you can stow the PGT. Big picture, we're a little over 35 minutes before the start of the working eclipse. Our next activity gets us into the cable mate, so we're able to start a few of those steps and work on the iROSA mating. And then we're going to break out of that and try to do some of our cleanup, all with the objective of getting back into position for the finish of the cable mate before we start the eclipse.
Okay, copy that. 3-1.
So with that, Josh, you're going to move into position on the right side. Frank, you're going to move into position on the left side. You can work in the middle. I guess they're all located right there. And we're going to work P3, J3, P1, J1 on iROSA.
Okay, copy that. Josh, I am clear.
Sounds good, thanks.
Can I get started on P1, J1?
Affirmative. You're going to mate P1 to iROSA J1, looking for good checks and over center.
Copy that.
A heads up, Frank, that orientation brought my safety tether behind me. So I hopefully didn't create a problem, but just the way I came up.
Okay. It looks
Just off my right side.
yes.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm in your way here.
I think we're both going to be each other's way. All right, for J3, no FOD, no bent pins, iridium I-band, or full aft, over center, and go on the mate. So
Copy, good check.
need a little bit more slack.
Like I have the same for P1 to J1. Good pins, good EMI band, no FOD, and it is mated and over center.
Copy, good mate on P1, J1.
Here, Frank.
So Frank, you go for P2 to J2.
When I put them there, the black line was by the.
Is it? Oh, I see. It's up there.
Yeah. It should be by the wire tie.
It should be down here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Might be able to just pull because the other side's just on the wire tie.
It doesn't want to come. Not sure why. Tell you what, can I head over there? I'm going to try to fight it through if you could pull a little bit more slack my way.
And Nick, P2 is mated to J2. Good pins, good EMI band, no FOD, and it is now over center.
Copy, good P2, J2 mate.
Hey, Frank? Yep. It's just catching on these knots that are tied to keep them together. Can you vet to it, make sure it's secure? I'm going to undo this one.
Okay.
That's just it's too good of a job. It's too tight. And then I'll move it. Is there an indicator where this one's supposed to be?
No, that one's got plenty of room, so that one's not a big deal.
Okay. I don't know if it's going to go past the Y or not. But,
okay. I'm ready to this side.
You're ready. Okay, here it comes. Okay, can you pull your direction? Whoops.
Is that the black line? Is that the wire antenna?
That's awesome. Give me 1 second. Okay. And in fact, do you want to just mate that one?
I got this end.
All right, you got 3 twists here. Good config.
And like P4 to J4 and P3 to J3, correct?
That's affirmative.
All right. P4 is mated to J4. I had good pins, good EMI band, no fog, and it is over center.
Okay.
Copy. Good. P4, J4 mate.
And P3 is mated to J3, good pins, good EMI band, no fog, and we are over center.
Copy. Good. P3, J3 mate. So that's the end of the cable mating that we can do before we're in eclipse. So Frank, we're going to have you head over to the crew lock bag M, and we're going to spend a little time cleaning that up.
Okay, copy that.
And so a quick check-in, 4 hours, 27 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Goal if you want.
Seriously.
Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada just completed some pretty important tasks to secure the iROSA solar array.
Not open the contingency side yet. Can I just leave it closed, or do you guys need a view of that?
Frank, let me interrupt. Can I give you your rep back from the...
Yes, please.
Hey, Frank, hold on opening that side. Leave that closed.
Okay. Okay. Copy that. And let me know what you can see here. The other side.
And Frank, yeah, what we want you to do is work on trying to stow everything in the other half of crew lock bag M. And then we're going to move that over to the cable bag and put it inside, realizing that we still have to retrieve a scoop off the bottom of the mod kit, but we'll take care of that later. Josh has a lot of extra rets this.
Okay. Do you guys have what you need on HECA? Can I put stuff away?
And Frank, I can confirm we've got a good inventory of the bag via your HECA, so you're good to close it all up.
Okay, copy that. Thanks.
And again, at this moment in our spacewalk today, we're just shy of 4.5 hours. The iROSA solar array has been installed onto its mounting bracket. Both Frank Rubio driving all 8 bolts to secure it in place after working with Josh Cassada to get it unfolded. They started some of the cable mating work, connecting the cables to the NZGLs, the NASA zero gravity levers. That's just the cable interface that they have on these power cables. They've started some of that cable routing with the connections made to the iROSA. We will not do...
I have to open the other side.
We will not do the routing to integrate those in with the existing solar array until we're in eclipse, and that's coming up in a little less than 30 minutes from now.
Are you able to put those caps in there while I hold?
Yeah, keep one thing, 1 minute to troubleshoot something there.
Hey, Frank, we understand it's a tight fit in there. Big picture, we're going to put this inside of the cable bag. So if you have to put something on the outside of crew lock bag M, we're okay with that because you're getting ready to put everything inside the cable bag.
Okay, copy. Thanks.
Almost there, Frank.
So again, as we wait for eclipse, which is coming in about 20 minutes from now.
Can I hold your feet?
You can push me back down. That'd be great.
Okay, sounds good. That one cap is out, but I don't think that's a big deal.
Yeah, that was just so I could tell Nick that I had to leave one thing out.
And copy, Frank. We see it. So now you're going to move the crew lock bag M down inside of the cable bag.
Right.
Okay. I'm happy to help unless you think there's too many cooks in the kitchen. What do you think?
No, this one I might take you up on because
let's do it.
It's a bear.
Let's do it.
And big picture, guys, we've got 25 minutes until the working eclipse. This is the last thing we're going to have you do, and then we're going to have you get into position, catch your breath, and then get ready to do all the cable mating in the dark.
Sounds great. Thanks, Nick.
And you just heard the voice of the ground IV today, Nick Hague. He's the one here in Mission Control talking Frank and Josh throughout this entire spacewalk. So they're doing one small task out of order, so they're doing some of their cleanup.
And that should keep us clear on feathers. And I should be somewhat useful on the IDA bag.
Give me 1 second here.
There's no rush unless you need.
No, I just need to see how I'm going to get down. Right there. Perfect.
Yeah. Is there a handrail on the backside of this A-frame?
Yeah.
Maybe we could just split up that way.
Easier?
Yeah, usually very useful. Yeah.
Remember that first DVA where you had that moment of like, where's the bag?
Mm-hmm.
Just had that.
If I remember it. Oh.
All right.
Okay. Let's send the ID back to me. I'll put it down here in my IEA.
Awesome.
That sound good?
Yep.
Let's see. Okay. Wow, that is going to be crowded. All right. You ready with the M bag? I'll try to open fairly quickly.
I'll just open, stop, close.
Yeah, sounds great. Let's see, and you're going to take the large, small inside to anchor it?
Yeah.
Hey, Frank and Josh.
Maybe I can give that to you and just put it up.
Just want to offer up, if you think it's going to be too crowded on the inside of the cable bag, we're okay if you bundle the two together.
I'm going to defer to you. You're the expert on bundling these things if it's a good idea or not.
Let's try opening it real quick.
Okay.
And then if it doesn't work, all right, it's probably going to want to go in the middle compartment, which has has other stuff in it. I don't know if the top arm is going to have enough height.
To make the Velcro, you mean?
Yeah, to fit this whole, you know what I mean, like to bring the flat, the lid back over.
But we could do this, right? We could connect that to hold it down. Is there another one over there?
Yeah, there is.
There is?
This one right here. Goes up and over for the lid.
You want to try for upper shelf first?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. All right.
Yeah. Actually, here, let's switch. I'll give you the bag now, and I'll hold it.
Stand by. We need to get this anchored in there.
And guys, while you're putting the bag inside there, we will want to end up with a ret that comes from the inside to the outside to grab the scoop later.
Right there.
Okay.
Use that.
Have it.
I'll take that one off. Velcro down.
And if you want, you can just use that one that's right there at the bag lid as the ret for the scoop.
Thanks, man.
I got the large, small anchored in there on a D-ring.
Okay.
And that D-ring appears to be part of the bag.
It is. And let me take off my rat.
Yeah. I'm going to get two in there first, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Let's see here. Oh, this guy. So close I can taste it. There we go. All right. Go ahead and grab your rat. We've got two large hooks connected inside this.
Ammo.
All right. Ready?
Yep.
I get a deposit.
Okay. We're in.
You close? Does that strap make it?
Yeah, can you hold it closed?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yes, I can. Yep, go for it.
That's on.
Okay.
I can hold it closed if you want to get the other one.
Well, let's see. The other one is used as an anchor right now, right?
Yeah. But I can release it real quick because we'll have another one.
How about this one? This one is, it comes from the corner, but it's not being used right now.
I can hold it shut there.
Yeah, so is there an anchor somewhere near? How about we go to the same one you just went to? With this corner.
You think it'll go across here?
Remember, this is the one we learned about loosening. All right. I give you that one. You go, and I'll hold it closed. You go to the same spot you just went to.
It's not going to reach.
Shoot.
Here, let me use got the lid?
You can, yeah.
Right now we are just shy of 4 hours and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, which kicked off earlier this morning about 7:19 a.m. Central Time when our two spacewalkers, Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada, turned their suits over to battery power. Since then, they've been able to accomplish every single task laid out in front of them so far in order to get this new rollout solar array in place and over to its installation point on a support bracket that's going to have it perched essentially right over the existing array for the 4A power channel. They were able to work together to get it released from its temporary stowage point and then ultimately moved over to where it now sits. They've been able to successfully bolt it in.
There's a hook on the lid right there, behind your right hand.
They're able to successfully bolt the array to the support bracket and started at least some of the cable routing, connecting the 4 connection points to the iROSA itself. At this point, we are just having them do a couple of cleanup tasks ahead of time while we wait for eclipse.
Unfortunately, I don't know that that's going to hold. It's kind of shooting out the side here. What about going great here? You just play the same anchor? Okay.
It's not tight enough. But what if we lose it and go to that other hook that you just went to? And it'll kind of go across.
Okay. I was thinking this guy, the one we just did, right to that lid, unless you think that's also going to
Oh, okay.
do this.
Yeah, no, I don't. Oh, well.
Here we go.
Sure.
That's as loose as it gets. That's how our wives get back at us for not wrapping presents this year. Okay. Look at that. It's perfect. Just textbook.
Fully agree.
Beautiful work. Beautiful work.
It'll get in the airlock. All right.
That one doesn't want to stay.
There we go.
And we still have our set on the outside for the scoop.
Yep.
Looks good, gentlemen. Everybody's
over at our panels.
Yeah, everybody's happy. So if Josh, if you want to head over to the right side, and Frank, if you want to head over to the left side, I'll read out some warnings as you're translating over. So you must not demate the solar array wing connectors until eclipse plus 2 minutes, and you must maintain a 1-foot keep-out zone from demated SAW connectors starting 2 minutes prior to and during installation.
Copy.
Copy.
So you're going to have some time on your hands. We've got a little over 10 minutes before we can get you to work. So get in position, get nice and stable, throw down a BRT, take some good photos. I'll give you a heads up as we get closer.
Good. Thanks.
And as we approach the 4-hour, 45-minute mark, the crew, Josh Cassada, Frank Rubio, done with that short get-ahead task, wrangling some of the cables and connectors that they've been using so far. Right now, they're going to start making their way over to their next worksite position, where they're going to be connecting a series of cables. They already started this work, plugging in the sides of the cables into the connection points on the iROSA solar array, but then had to stop until we hit eclipse, as they're going to be essentially tying those cables in to some additional connection points on the solar array wing itself, the existing one, and then they're going to be plugging those in to integrate both the existing solar array and the new iROSA into the same tie-in to the same power channel. So we're going to wait until eclipse to make sure that that array is not actively generating any electricity before they get that go.
Looks okay. All the way back to...
Just when I turn here, it almost seems like it's not coming straight from my right side.
go to your body, it's clear.
That's this part that I'm looking at right now. Okay, it's all good. You're going to dump some me next time. I'm not going to go with 3 safety tethers.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Fortunately, I think that's Miranda's way of giving you a Christmas gift.
And in the meantime, we're about 5 minutes away from getting that video signal back with the space station. So in a bit of a hold point as they get to their position for the final cable mating steps to start integrating this iROSA into the whole electrical power system for the station itself. And these iROSAs, this is going to be the 4th of 6 planned. This will be the 4th one to get installed, and all of these designed to actually boost the overall output of the electrical system on board the station by about 30%, bringing it up to about 250 kilowatts of electricity available for payloads, scientific research, any of the hardware that we have on board to use on all segments of the station. So this is a multi-year process that's been underway. Each time requiring several spacewalks to install these. First to install a mod kit, a mounting bracket, essentially all the hardware you need to put the array in place, and then flying up the arrays 2 at a time in the trunk of a SpaceX Cargo Dragon. So this will be array number 4, and once we see it deployed, it's going to cover up some of the existing array, but with its increased efficiency, is going to be able to boost the otherwise lost power that you would have had from covering up those cells. After they're able to get the cables mated, the last major step is going to be unfurling or deploying the rollout solar array. And it's all in the name, so it's rolled up. There's essentially just 2 bolts that are holding it in that rolled up.
Everything's set up here ahead of time.
Yep.
But again, there's just about 2 bolts that are holding it in this rolled up configuration right now. And so after those are released, the array actually does all the work itself. It's got built-in tension that will cause it to slowly unfurl. You have the solar blanket with all of the cells in the center, and on either side of that you have booms, which are really providing a lot of the structural support. And as we see those start to unfurl, right now they're in a flat configuration. They're going to curl up, and a series of magnets are going to go into place to help hold them into that form. We talked about it a little bit earlier, so those booms, the best analogy we've gotten so far.
Thanks, Josh, just for heads up, we're down Hecka right now, just a KU outage. It should come back here shortly, coming up on a short handover. We've got just under 8 minutes to go, so clock is ticking slowly.
No worries. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
But again, as we see those,
soak it up.
and our 2 spacewalkers, Frank Rubio and Josh Hassett, getting a moment, catching their breath before we head into Eclipse, and we can give them the green light to start finishing this cable routing. We'll head into the Eclipse, then we'll wait about 2 minutes until we give them the go. Then the clock will be ticking. They'll have a little less than 30 minutes total to complete, as we need to essentially stop any work if we're not done before the eclipse is over and the sun starts coming up. but they already knocked out some of the initial cable routing that's going to be on their task. They made it all of the 4 connections to the iROSA panel itself. So they'll just have a handful, 4 different connections to make to the existing solar array panels, and then 2 final connections to integrate both the existing solar arrays and the newly installed iROSA, integrate them together into the 4A power channel. And so all that's going to be coming up in a couple of minutes. We should get our KU, our high data rate signal, which allows us to get that live video in just a minute or so. And we'll get back over the shoulders of Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada, 4 hours, 51 minutes, 28 seconds and counting into today's spacewalk.
And guys, we're back with you now, and we've got good HECA.
Okay, copy. Copy, Dr.
We still have another 5 minutes. Josh, if you're in a decent position, teams on the ground would like to get a HECA view of your load alleviating strap on your red reel. In some of the video frames before, we thought we saw some red stitching showing.
Yeah, there's a tiny bit showing, maybe about 2 millimeters, 3 millimeters. I'm in a super good position right now for our work. Would it be a problem if we just did it afterwards?
We will wait, and we'll take the words in the meantime, so thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, it was where the 55-foot wasn't pulling, my tether back was pulling quite a bit, and so it kept getting hung up on the right near Stanchion Charlie when we were working up there on SSE.
Okay, copy. Good words. And Josh, Frank, looking at about 3 minutes, although we're going to wait on Spartan's go until we get words for us. It's going to get dark. We're going to wait a few more minutes, and then we'll give you the go to start with the cable offs. The eclipse is almost 30 minutes long, so we've got a lot of time to work these 4 connectors.
Awesome. Good to know. Thanks, Mike. Sounds great. Thank you for that stuff.
As we can see through the cameras, things starting to dim. So again, we're going to wait until we're at least about 2 minutes into the eclipse. The Spartan flight controller responsible for the electrical power systems on board the station. I'll do some safing commanding, and then the astronauts will get the go to start mating these different cables. So they've already connected the cables to the iROSA connections. Those were done ahead of time and didn't require that eclipse. So what will be coming up next is essentially installing jumper cables. They're going to be connecting to 2 different points on a panel for the solar array wing, and then having this jumper cable installed. And then those are all going to then get tied in to the iROSA cables, which then get tied into the ultimate power panel, which will then safely integrate both the existing arrays and this new solar and the new iROSA into the 4A power channel.
Okay, Josh, Frank, appreciate your patience. You are go to start working the cables. Frank, that's going to be a demate of P7 from panel P7. And Josh, you're working P9 from panel P9.
P7 from channel P7, that is disconnected.
Copy. Demate on P7 from panel P7.
P9 is demated. And P9 alpha is going to the panel.
Copy. P9, good demate from panel P9. You're working on P9 alpha going to panel P9.
P7 alpha going to Alpha 7.
Copy.
Hey, no fraud. No vent pin. And good EMI band.
I have the same no fraud, good pins, good EMI band. Work.
Copy. Good checks. Both go to mate.
Okay. P7 alpha has made it to Alpha 7, and I had a good click at the end for engagement.
Copy that. Good mate for P7 alpha to panel P7, and it was clicked to the hard stop. So you're go to mate J7 alpha to the array cable P7.
Nick, just working through some pretty significant memory on this cable here. I'll keep you posted.
Copy. Understand. We got plenty of time.
Okay, I got P9 Alpha mated. I do have a good detail. It does not line up with the black line.
Okay, copy. We're checking just for the hard stop, so it sounds like you got a good mate on P9 Alpha to panel P9. So now you're working J9 Alpha to the saw cable P9.
Copy. Okay. No bent pins, no FOD, and good AMI band on the saw cable.
Copy. Your go to May, Josh.
And Papa 7 has made it to Juliet 7 Alpha.
Copy. We good mate on J7 Alpha to Papa 7.
Papa 7 to, yep, that was a good rotation all the way around. Had good pins, good EMI band, no FOD.
Okay, Frank. With that, your go to D-mate P21 from panel P21.
Copy. I have Papa 21 Alpha with good pins, good EMI band, and no FOD going to Papa 21, panel 21.
Copy. You are go to mate.
So we're coming up on 5 hours, 5 minutes into today's spacewalk. The cable routing is still underway. Again, all of this being done to integrate both the new iROSA array and the existing solar array into essentially the same power connection to provide power on this 4A channel. There's 4 total connections that were made to the new array, and then after we were able to complete that prior to an eclipse, now that we're in eclipse, we're able to start making the connections to the existing arrays and then tying them together to the panels. So those first 4 were already knocked out.
I didn't get the hard connect there on P9 the first time, but I got it now.
Copy, Josh. Good mate on J9 Alpha to P9. So you are good to D-mate Papa 23 from panel 23.
Okay. Just looking at P24 here. Do you want that horizontal? Let's just talk about that one.
Yeah, yes. The answer is yes, but we'd like you to focus on mating the cables first, and we'll clean up afterwards.
Okay. All right, P23 Alpha, putting in my band. On the panel.
And handover.
No bent pins.
And then a short comm handover right now. Short comm handover, so we'll get that signal back. So they're continuing to step through this final cable mating, cable connections to integrate it. So essentially what we're doing is we have 4 connections that went into the iROSA, and then we have a series of jumper cables that are going in between the existing connections between the legacy array and the power panels. So they've made 4 connections to the new iROSA array, and then a total of 8 connections are going to jumper them in and continue to connect the legacy solar arrays, as there were 4 connection points on the legacy arrays and then 4 connection points in the panels themselves. So to put a jumper between all of those, we're looking at 8. So all told, we're going to be making 12 connections today. 4 of those were knocked out before eclipse. The next 8 underway right now.
Okay, Papa 21 made it to Papa 21 Alpha, and I had a good click.
Yep, copy that, Frank. And Frank, you're right there. The Papa 22 on the panel, that tab is not horizontal. If you can lock it in place, that's perfect.
Okay, yep, just did.
Okay, so now you're moving on.
Papa 7 did not end. Sorry, Papa 7 Alpha did not end up horizontal to Papa 7. Yeah, good click, and I see the blue button. Do you want me to fix that?
No, you got it to a hard stop, so it's a good mate.
Okay, copy.
Okay, so Frank, you're working Juliet 23 Alpha to Papa 23.
Affirmative.
21, my bad. Reading the wrong column. Juliet 21 Alpha to
I know what you meant.
P21. Thank you.
All right, Papa 23 Alpha is mated. Did get a hard connect there. It just wasn't quite as convincing as P9, but it definitely, you can see, I can undo it.
Yeah, if it's a hard stop, that's what we're looking for.
Okay. They clicked in. All right. And understand P23 from the saw out to this last remaining one.
Affirmative. J23 Alpha to P23.
Okay. Event pin. FOD. And DMI band here on saw cable.
You're good to mate?
So I'm 180 degrees out. Let's see. Okay, there's P23 saw connected and good hard stop. And just looking at these black lines, you can see the black lines all lined up on P23. You actually have like more of a turn there on P9 if you see it.
Yep, we see that in the HECA, Josh, and the black lines are a rough guide. It's the hard stop that is what counts. With that, we show all 4 connections are good for you. If you wanted to double check that the 2 that we did not touch on the panel, that those saw tabs on the connectors are horizontal.
Yeah, happy to do that. P24 to come horizontal actually comes counterclockwise. Is that really what you want me to do? See, if I go clockwise, it's not going any further.
Yep, clockwise to a hard stop. That's all we're looking for.
I didn't do the hard stop for P24, but it is more than clockwise, so it is not horizontal, but I think that's what you want.
Okay, copy. We're good with those checks. So that looks like a good cable config, Josh.
Okay.
So the next step, Josh, would just be tidying up the slack on those remaining cables.
Sure. Okay. And Papa 21 is is mated to Juliet 21 Alpha. I wasn't getting a click, but I think I just wasn't feeling it. I felt it that last time there. Good connection.
Okay, copy. Good mate on J21 Alpha to P21. So you'll work the same, just trying to tidy up any of the cable slack.
Copy.
And with Frank Rubio calling out that last one, that Juliet 21 Alpha, that was the 8th and final connection we were looking to make during the eclipse period. So as of right now, it looks like all power connections to integrate the new iROSA have been done successfully. So with that, the crew's going to get the go to just start cleaning up some of the extra slack on these cables, just making sure they're not free floating too much. They've got a series of wire ties and other means to secure them in place. And after that, they'll likely do another what we call glove hap and gauntlet check.
Survey the cable and the panel.
Yeah, that looks beautiful.
Okay.
So Josh, since you finished that up, let's do a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Okay. No change to gloves for EV2. And gauntlets are covered. So the gauntlets are covering the wrist ring. And my hap is dry.
Okay, copy, Josh. Those are good checks. And that finishes up the cable mate activity. Next will be deployment. So you're going to move into position to be able to drive that R9 and R10 bolts.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, next cables are kind of tidied up here. Did you guys get the views you needed for the mates?
Everybody down here is very happy, Frank. So I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Copy. On my left glove, my ring finger, I've got a little tiny piece of the rubber that's missing, but it's a tiny chip, and everything beneath it is intact. No further tearing. And otherwise, gloves are a little bit dirtier, but no changes. And my hap and gauntlets are covering what they need to cover.
Copy all, Frank. And with that, if you want to maneuver into position to observe the tower magnets on your side of the boom so that we can see that when we do the deploy.
Copy that.
Target handrail is on P5. It's 5201.
Copy. Josh.
I'm good.
And just to let you guys know, we've got about 10 minutes left in the eclipse. So as usual, you're making it look easy and getting done ahead of time. So we'll get you into position, and then we'll wait for the sun to come up.
Okay, copy. Do they have to deploy in sunlight? Or is that just for a better view?
We will deploy in sunlight.
Nick, you're at 5203, correct?
5201 is what I called out, but you're looking to get into your call for a good position to look back and see that base of the boom as it deploys, and you see those initial magnets connect together.
Okay. Yeah, I think 5203 is a little bit better option. 5202.
Copy.
And with all of those cable connections made successfully, two spacewalkers, Frank Rubio, Josh Cassada, now going to get into position to release the final launch restraints and deploy the iROSA solar array.
Thanks for screwing these bolts in so I can navigate on them.
Yeah, it does make life easier, doesn't it? Yep.
So once they do get in position, Josh Cassada is going to break out the pistol grip tool again, and he'll have two restraint bolts, R9 and R10, to release. And after those are fully released, the iROSA will start to unfurl itself, just using the stored energy in the solar array itself. So no mechanism other than releasing those bolts. Frank Rubio is going to get into a position just to monitor the deploy and get a good view from his helmet camera on the ground. There will be several cameras pointed at the deploy as teams watch it unfurl. We're going to be paying special attention to the two booms, really the structural support on either side of the solar array themselves.
I know it's a ways down the road, but this one's another Bravo 7, is that right?
Affirmative. Bravo 7, counter clockwise 2.
Cool. Bravo 7 is set, counterclockwise 2 is set.
And
yeah, and we've got about 7 minutes of probably about 9 minutes of eclipse left, and then Spartan's going to have to run some checks before we give you the go once the sun's come up. So there's a little bit of waiting.
Okay, copy that.
Copy that. Thanks.
So Rubio and Cassada continuing to work incredibly efficiently so far. They've been moving through each of the tasks, completing them all a little bit ahead of time. We've had a couple of waits just because of eclipse conditions. Now we're going to be doing the opposite. We're going to wait until the sun comes up to deploy the boom. Gives enough good views to confirm that it's deploying.
While you guys are waiting, I'll read a warning to you. So prior to releasing the deployment launch restraint bolts, position to stay clear of the deploying iROSA blankets.
Copy.
TV1 copy.
So don't go scale on that legacy array.
Yeah. No, it's definitely off center by about 0.8125 degrees. Do you think?
It's a very calibrated eye.
So at this point, we've got about another 5-minute wait at least until we're starting to get out of the eclipse. And then the Spartan flight controller here in Mission Control Houston going to run a couple of quick power checks. So again, we made all of the necessary connections to start to integrate the new solar array into the electrical power system. So they'll check it out before we give the crew the go to actually release those launch restraint bolts and let the roll-up solar array unroll. After that, we will essentially be done for the day, at least on the planned task timeline. There will be some additional cleanup steps, both with the robotic arm and all the gear that they brought out with them. We were able to see them get at least a little bit of that done, wrangling the pretty big mass of cables, connectors, and other items into a cable bag to get ready to bring back inside. And then we'll stand by to hear if we're going to be attempting any get-aheads for today. or if the crew will get the go to just head back inside. So all of that still to come. Probably one of the most visual moments of the spacewalk, though, coming up with the deployment of this iROSA solar array. And this is the fourth of 6 planned additional arrays to augment the station power system. We're increasing the amount of electricity that we're generating by about 30% once all of these are deployed. And as they are new arrays, they're coming in with brand new efficiency. All of these focused on just continuing to provide energy for existing station hardware experiments, but also with an eye to the future as we're operating through at least 2030 to continue to support new commercial modules, things of that nature, all bound for the station in the years to come. So really critical infrastructure upgrades. This will be the fourth of 6, as I mentioned. We'll look for the 5th and 6th to fly as soon as next year to complete the full power upgrade. But for now, standing by for a few more minutes until we get to the actual deployment phase. Everything has been completed so far on the timeline. They went out the door just 5 hours, 23 minutes ago and turned their suits to battery power, starting our spacewalk, able to do all of the pre-steps to get the iROSA ready to get extracted from its temporary holding point, releasing a number of support beams that were holding it in place before Josh Cassada.
Nope. Lots of darkness. It's dark. I should say, yes, everything's good out here.
EMUs are just the most amazing little spacecraft.
Yep.
But again, we're just standing by for a couple more minutes. Both Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada in position to get ready for this iROSA deployment. It's going to be Josh Cassada with the pistol grip tool once more. He's going to be releasing the 2 restraint bolts, R9 and R10.
When you're busy, and then how it slows down when you're waiting. Keep busy again.
The view is starting to look good.
It is.
You guys just need to enjoy the sunrise. Should be in about a minute, and then we're going to have a couple minutes while we get everything checked out.
Right.
Right now we're looking through the helmet cam of Frank Rubio, EV-01, our lead spacewalker for the day. Just at the very bottom you can see that thin line of blue, the limb of the Earth, starting to illuminate as we move out of eclipse and back into the sun. And then after a couple minutes, we'll be in full sunlight again as we run a couple of quick tests by the Spartan flight controller here. Mesh control will be ready to start stepping through the deployment phase, getting iROSA unfurled, and one step closer to being a new full addition to the electrical power system on board the station. And as we continue to look through Frank Rubio's helmet camera, you might be wondering why it looks like Christmas lights speckled throughout the view. Those are actually dead pixels from the image sensor in the helmet cam, as different photographic equipment on board the space station is exposed to radiation for longer and longer periods of time. Those image sensors can start to degrade, and those typically show up as dead pixels. So if you're wondering what all the different multicolored dots are, that is what you're looking at. They become very apparent anytime we're looking at something very dark at nighttime, but will start to get washed out here as the sun comes up. And this is the view right now from Josh Cassidy's helmet cam. He's going to be jumping in next to release those two launch restraint bolts, R9 and R10. He's going to be using his pistol grip tool. He got those settings you heard called down, Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2. Again, on our pistol grip tool, we have that first value is just how much torque you're imparting. We've got Alpha 1 through 7, Bravo 1 through 7. Alpha 1 is low foot torque as you can do. Bravo 7 the max. So he's going to be maxing out the torque on this one and then moving it counterclockwise, which is going to release a bolt.
Okay, thanks, Nick. I'll just stay here then. I was, yeah. I can't make shadow puppets during the day, so. Like just need a space cat.
Apparently, I just don't spend any time with
Okay, guys, the teams down here have given their thumbs up, so we're go to deploy. So, Josh, you're going to work on R9 and R10. Settings are Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
All right, we'll start with R10. And that's Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2. And how many turns are we expecting before it pops out?
Yeah, 17 to 20, and a white line should fully appear when released.
Sounds good. The sun ain't flooding in my eyes for the last 10 minutes. Here we go.
All right, so this is the view from Frank Rubio's helmet camera. We can see Josh Cassidy on the left there starting to work those bolts. Just in front of him, the iROSA array. The center part is where the solar cells are contained. And then that white section you see on the right side, so that's the boom. So it's flat right now. The best way to think of how the boom deploys and adds that kind of that structural support, the rigidity. It functions similar to if you took a drinking straw here on Earth and cut it in half lengthwise and then rolled it up.
17 times it popped all the way out. But it actually popped earlier. I could feel it.
All right. One bolt released.
Copy, Josh. Good release on R10.
Again, Bravo 7 counterclockwise.
Second bolt driving. Once it's released, we'll start to see the deploy.
That's it. But, keep it in motion.
Copy. We see the release and deployment.
Second bolt release. iROSA now deploying. We're going to see, and again, there's no mechanism to make this unfurl. It's doing it all with the stored energy of the array itself. And the white sections you see on either side, so those are the booms, those are going to unfurl and tend to curl up, similar to, as we were talking about, if you were to take a straw, cut it lengthwise, roll it up, and then just let it go, it would naturally just try to curve back into that circular structure. And that's what those booms are going to be doing. There's a series of magnets the crew's also going to be keeping an eye on.
Body back about 3 or 4 degrees that help our view.
Okay.
That's much better. Thank you. A little bit further would be even perfect.
Okay.
And Frank, we can just barely make out those magnets. I think all 5 of them have clicked closed at this point.
I've got 4 and there are 5. All 5 are clicked.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
Good job, Josh.
Nicely done.
Finally run that microwave we've been wanting to run.
Nick, do you know where we are over the planet?
Yeah, you're just south of Alaska, getting ready to go do a pass down the west coast.
Awesome. Florida.
You might even be over Houston by the time the deployment finishes.
That's pretty cool.
So the array continuing to unfurl. The view that Josh Cassett is getting right now as it unfurls away from him after he released those 2 launch restraint bolts.
You can see air traffic. Sure. Yeah, there's a cone shell. There. Yeah, I see it.
And that view from Frank Rubio's, if you look at the booms on the side, you can see they kind of curl up after they continue to deploy. This is a look at the very far end. You can see all of the solar cells in the middle there, and those booms as they continue to stretch out, they essentially snap together into that circular structure, and then they have magnets that are helping to help them maintain that structure once they snap in.
And Frank, Josh, while we hold position and wait for the deployment to finish, just kind of give you a heads up on the way forward, at least near-term steps. We've got the tensioner bolts that we're going to do, and then we'll move into kind of cleaning up the scoop and the cable bag, and then we'll focus on trying to get the arm clean and FSC in a good config.
Okay, sounds great.
Copy that.
They're continuing to watch as these unfurl. Again, as you can see, they're covering up some of the solar cells on the existing arrays, which are still tied in to the power channel. But these new ones coming in with a higher efficiency, obviously brand new, so haven't lost any of that efficiency that you lose over time and being exposed to that harsh environment of space. We're going to be able to increase our actual power output. So we're aiming to have 6 of these total eventually deployed on the International Space Station, this rollout solar array technology. We did an initial test of this type of array several years ago on the space station, just to see how the mechanisms worked, how the power generation worked, and then ultimately culminating in some permanent additions to the station. This same type of rollout solar array technology used on the NASA DART mission, which was our asteroid redirect.
It's that storm.
Yeah, it's crazy how big it is.
Affecting the entire country.
And we are passing.
Coming up on the Pacific Northwest.
Okay.
Just about to pass over the Pacific Northwest, and as any of our viewers in America are aware, there's some pretty significant winter weather hitting a lot of the country, so our crew members getting a view from about 260 statute miles above. While this rollout solar array almost done deploying, we'll note the same type of solar array, this rollout technology, going to be used on NASA's Gateway station around the moon as well. That's going to be our launching point for the Artemis program and future lunar landings, eventually establishing that sustainable lunar presence on the moon. So our crew members continuing to stand by, observing the rollout after this deployment sequence is complete. We'll have a couple of final steps. For Josh Cassada, he's going to have 2 blanket tensioner bolts that he's going to release. These essentially activate a spring that it's going to pull on some internal wire to the solar array itself to add some tension, which will be necessary as we're maneuvering and gimbaling the solar arrays, as we always try to point them to track the sun.
Look at the mountains. Also all right? Yeah, it's coming right nadir right now. Between, I don't know if you can see between the two solar arrays.
Wow. That is a lot of snow. Biggest Sierra Nevada, I'm guessing.
Okay, guys, we have confirmed we've got a good deployment on iROSA. So, Josh, you're go to move into position to do the tensioner bolts R11 and 12.
Copy that.
And for both of you, I've got a handover in 15 seconds.
Copy that.
And just a short handover, we'll get that video signal back as the crew now stepping into some of the final steps of the day, as they're going to work to now release 2 blanket tensioner bolts. Josh Cassidy using his pistol grip tool to make that happen. Those are going to trigger some springs that are going to pull on some tensioning wire in the arrays to add some structural rigidity to this now fully deployed solar array. After that, we'll get into some worksite cleanup, likely get another glove hab and gauntlet check, just to walk through those again. So crew members obviously using their hands for everything on a spacewalk, not actually using their feet.
Video to lock up.
That's good.
So they'll do periodic checks of their glove surfaces, looking for the loss of any of the grip or anything of that nature, just looking for nicks, cuts, things like that.
Let me know and I'll get you the PGT settings.
I'm just trying to make sure that safety tether goes across the front of me. There it is. Yep, got it.
Okay, copy, and we're locked back up on HECA.
Sounds good. Okay, next I am going for my PGT. I'm over at R11.
Copy that, R11. PGT settings are alpha 1, counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 1, counterclockwise 2 on R11.
Yep, and you're going to release 5 to 6 turns.
Alpha 1, is that counterclockwise 2?
Affirmative. Alpha 1, counterclockwise 2.
Got it. Alpha 1, counterclockwise 2, start and turn.
Copy. 5 to 6 turns. It should pop out when fully released.
So it popped out a little bit, but I definitely felt the tensioner. You can see a white line probably popped out 1/4 of an inch.
Copy. That's a good release. R11's good.
All right, start and turns on R12.
Copy.
Again, there's thaw is out, and I felt it react. And it's about a 1/4 inch. It doesn't exactly pop out. Do you want it? Do you want more turns on that?
And we're good with more turns.
The teeth are. Okay, you can see in the heck, I can see that it's the teeth are no longer engaged on the tensioner itself.
Yep, and you can't overdrive it, so.
Okay. I think we're good on R12.
Copy. Good release on R12. And so, Josh, once you stow your PGT, we'll want to do a once-over on the mod kit to make sure all the MLI is in place. The one piece of equipment we've still got out there is the scoop. So if you want to grab that scoop.
Yep, happy to do it. Stand by for 1 second, Frank. So, my PGT, the ret is not going back where I expected it to be going to. It needs to be.
Yep, it's wrapped around your extender.
My extender?
Yep. Your gearing extender. I think you might just want to let it be, or you'll have to undo your PGT and go.
Oh, I see. I understand.
Yep.
Maybe when I'm close to you, we'll just take my PGT out of the swing arm.
Yep.
We'll go around it. That sound good?
Yep.
All right. All right. Okay. My understanding is I'm going to get this ret. We'll send it over to the cable bag.
And that's affirmative. So, Josh, you can ret to that scoop. You can take it over the cable bag. We were talking about whether it's worth you guys working together to try to put it in that cable bag because it did take you a little bit to get it closed up. So we're also good if you want to just put it on your MWS and translate with it back on you.
I'm happy to do that. There's a good amount on here, but maybe it'll keep each other out of the way. Who knows?
Yeah, and your guys' call, we're good on time.
say it again, Josh. I just trying to figure out what you want to do with the scoop. I can put it on me right here, or we can go with that plan of putting it in the cable bag. Yeah, let me look. I think if we can avoid opening the bag, it might be better. Oh, yeah, let's not do that. I was thinking we were going to tether it and then try to jam it in the side. But if you want, I'm happy to put it right here on the front of my mini workstation. I mean, we can put it in here. Let's try it. I'll give you a little bit easier translation. Like you said, if we just jam it in here, it might just stay. All right. Can I pass it to you? Here. Let me try to get a little closer to you. Hold on. You ready? There I go. There you go. Got it. Okay. For yours? I'm ready. Yes, you're right. I got it. Thank you. Oh, what's the verdict? Did it go in okay? Give me 1 second.
So with the iROSA installed, deployed, and connected successfully, we're moving into some of the cleanup steps. One that we're seeing them work right now is getting one of those scoops, which are the...
Sounds good.
It looks good, Frank.
So I guess I should go...
So, Frank, you're going to put the cable bag on your BRT and translate that back inboard, leading the way. And Josh, you're going to have to translate out around the other side of the IEA. Before you start that, I'll check that. Once you get to where you're going, we're going to have you do a glove and half check.
Okay. So go to the opposite side of the IEA and then pause.
Yep, you've got...
I got a copy of me, right? A copy of me, Doug. It works. Okay, make a couple things here. That load alleviating strap on that red reel. I've got 2 stitches. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, in fact. So you can see, I won't mess with it, but you can see it kind of came unrolled there, but just a matter of rolling that back up. And I do see 4 on the other side.
Okay, copy. Thanks for the words, Josh. Looks good. And also wanted to know if you had adjusted your TCV at all. We saw some data indications down here that thought you might have.
No, I don't think I changed it without talking to you. You remember making it cooler? I don't remember when I did that last. I'm pretty sure I didn't omit any calls.
Okay, yeah, just checking with you. We're looking at the data.
Okay, sounds good. I did get a little cooler while I was there on the mod kit, but I figured we'd just live with it since we're going to start moving. In terms of gloves, I've got no changes to the gloves, and my half is dry.
Copy. Thanks for the checks, Josh. And so once Frank gets the crew lock or the cable bag on his BRT, he's going to lead back inboard.
Okay, copy that. Navigating is kind of a behemoth.
Yeah.
You need anything from me?
Just moral support.
You got that, and then some. Good news is, be on my BRT in 15 minutes.
Yeah. I wish there was actually a way I could keep it. Once you have this thing on, it's just easier.
You think it's worth it to work on this PGT rep?
No, I think it'll be good all the way in.
But don't worry about it?
No, I wouldn't. Unless it, and then I could just translate to you and fix it if we need to.
I will be right next to you in a minute, but we don't have to do it if you don't need.
And Josh, while you're waiting there for Frank to lead the translation back, we wanted to look at the MLI on the lower struts of the mod kit. We're trying to make sure that those are in a good configuration and wrapped around there for thermal concerns.
Okay, I'm on the inboard edge of the IEA. Understand you want me to go back?
Affirmative, Josh. If you can translate back toward the mod kit on the path that you just finished translating on, we'd like you to put eyes on the MLI.
Okay, give me a minute.
Josh, you want me to stick around or head back?
I think we're okay, but I guess I'll defer to Nick on that one. I don't know.
Yeah, Frank, you're good to translate back in. It shouldn't take Josh long to work on the MLI. The area of interest, Josh, is on the lower struts, just below the base of the mod kit plate, the mounting bracket.
So lower struts, but up high.
That's affirmative. And Frank, while Josh checks out that MLI, you're heading to the port CETA cart to temp stow the bag.
Okay, copy that.
Yeah, sorry, Nick. I could have told you about this earlier. I know what you're talking about. There is no way to get those up over the bolt themselves. I gave it a really good pull earlier. There's a hole that the bolt is supposed to go through, and the MLI will not reach. I think when this was installed, that was probably the case. I did bend, at least on the right side, I bent the wires structure in to try to get the hold on.
Yeah, copy that, Josh. If you can just hold position there, we've got a good video of it. Let us discuss.
Okay.
Frank, you're good.
So I don't know if you can see this. It looks like when I put Josh's red hook on my red reel, it probably spun a couple times. There's a full 2 wraps here. I think I'm good to go up to the FSC. I just want to make sure you guys see that. You're okay with it?
And Frank, we see it. And Frank, you're go to continue.
Okay, copy. And I'm sorry, which CETA code am I putting this bag in? The starboard or port? I think it's the port one. Copy, thanks.
It's the port CETA cart. You're just dropping the bag off temp stow so that we can go work the FSC beam.
Copy.
Okay, Josh, thanks for the views and the close inspection. We're happy with the condition that it's in, and so you're go to translate back inboard.
Okay, copy that.
And Josh, as you translate back inboard, the next step is going to be working for the APFR removal. So when you get into a good position, you're going to work with Koichi and Duke to retrieve that APFR.
Copy.
Frank, as you head over to the FSC, give you those cautions again. Slow translation. Wait for any kind of motion to damp out before imparting loads. We can't simultaneously translate, and that's it.
Copy that. Okay, I am over at Alpha.
Okay, Frank. So you're going to loosen the adjustable equipment tether from the beam so that you've got some play with the beam, and then position it into the final stowage location.
We are 6 hours, 8.5 minutes into today's spacewalk.
I don't know if you need the comm, but I'm going to have to take it calm here for a little bit. You're good. Okay. And coming back around, that safety tether going above me right now. I think when I came around that A-frame, it just got hooked above me. I think it's going to be okay. So no rush, but when you get eyes on, or probably when I go past you, it'd be helpful. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually going to need the same, so it'll work out. If you give me 1 second, I'm going to work on it now.
And again, we're almost 6 hours, 9.5 minutes into today's spacewalk. The primary objective of the day was to get that new rollout solar array installed, deployed, and integrated into the power system. And we were able to do that successfully. It's now been fully deployed, all the connections made. So at this point, they're going through some of their cleanup steps. Frank Rubio, he's on the left there.
And Frank, so you're going to try to hand start that. There you go. It shouldn't overlap the end of the stanchion.
Yep. That's pretty hard. Thank you.
So right now, Frank Rubio working to more permanently.
So we're looking for 2 turns on the hand start.
Looking to more permanently secure this FSE beam.
I think that was closer to 3, but be good.
Okay, that looks good. And so you'll translate over to stanchion Bravo and do the same with C5.
Okay, M2, EV2.
Let's go ahead.
Okay. I'm ready for the GCA to the published for the APFR retrieval.
Okay, copy that. This will be maneuver to ISS aft for 1 meter. Good published position.
Got it.
And while
Setting up the manual mode, Josh, now.
And while Frank Rubio secures those beams which were moved out towards the beginning of our spacewalk to clear the way for the iROSA, they're now going to get permanently attached there to the FSE.
Motion in 3, 2, 1, starting.
Meanwhile, Josh Cassidy is doing some cleanup work on the robotic arm.
I see good motion.
We're hearing the voice now of Koichi Wakata, who's at the mobile workstation inside the station's Destiny laboratory right next to
10 meters to go.
Right next to NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, who's at the controls. They're moving the robotic arm closer to Josh Cassidy so he can access that articulating portable foot restraint.
Continue additional 20.
Additional 20.
He's going to be taking that foot restraint off the arm.
3, 2, 1.
Position hold.
That's going to work. We will call that GCA complete.
Okay, brakes on. You have a go for APFR removal.
Okay, Frank, saw a good hand start on C5.
Roger.
And Frank, your PGT settings are going to be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Copy.
And we're going to stop on turns. You're going to go 20 turns.
Copy.
And we're watching Frank Rubio once again using that pistol grip tool. He's securing these beams to the FSE, the flight support equipment. This is the temporary pallet that rode up in the trunk of Dragon with the two iROSA arrays packed on top.
My ret is on here. The jaws are closed, the paddles are out.
While he's doing this,
And I think I might take care of a couple settings now. We get there, it's going to be...
Yeah, it's Papa, Foxtrot 6.
Okay.
while Rubio's securing these beams, Josh Cassidy is working to get that foot restraint off the end of the robotic arm.
That'll make more sense.
We heard call out Papa Foxtrot 6. Those are giving him the yaw, pitch, and roll settings to configure that foot restraint in where...
20 turns.
Okay, Frank. And so we're going to change our settings to Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and we'll drive to torque.
Okay. Just so you know, that seemed like it was pretty close to meeting all of Bravo 7, so I have a feeling we may get into the same scenario we had earlier.
Yep, copy that. And so we'd like you to go ahead and drive it to torque on Bravo 1.
Copy. I'm sorry, Bravo 1.
Bravo 1,
Settings, please.
yeah, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy. Okay, Bravo 1, clockwise 2. I've got 0.1 of a turn, green light, 11.9 torque.
Copy, that's a good C5. So if you want to stow your...
Copy.
And Frank, once you stow your PGT, we'd like you to do a wiggle test on the bolt.
I think the pretty tight.
And we expect that, Frank. The turn count wasn't adding up down here.
Okay. Actually, the bolt is super solid. The actual beam itself has some movement underneath it.
Copy, Frank. Stand by.
Like I would say, it's about 2 to 3 millimeters of movement.
And copy, Frank. We're talking it.
Okay.
And Frank, we are good with Charlie 5, so you're go to translate back over to Charlie 3.
Okay, copy. Should I grab the adjustable?
Affirmative.
Josh, M2 for the SSRMS. If you're clear of the arm, we can maneuver the arm to the park position.
Stand by for 1 minute, Creechy. I'll get on the seated cart and give you go.
Copy.
And Josh, when you get over there, it's with 3 that you're looking for.
Okay, copy that.
And in this view, we can see Josh Cassidy's got that foot restraint off of the robotic arm. He's going to be attaching that to what's known as the seat of cart, the crew and equipment translation aid.
Safety tether when you can.
Okay.
Not at the moment.
Okay.
But it's,
I've got one more bolt to go and then
eventually walked out. Where's the cable bag? Oh, geez. Don't need it just yet. I need to put the APFR in.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're on the seat cart.
Yeah. I'm right above you.
Yeah, any chance you can give me a hand with that when you have a second?
Sure.
See, my safety tether is probably hooked up in the HECA, I guess. It's on my right side. Super awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Had a lot of gymnastics to get rid of that.
I'm going to go above you here. Give me just 1 second.
Stand by. You want to make sure you don't get caught in the APFR.
Thank you. I'm about to move station forward. I just need to get under that.
We've got a cross on our... If you go station forward, we're going to cross our...
Safety tethers?
Yeah, they're going to wrap around each other. So
they were already too twisted. It's just the...
really?
Yeah, when I put your... I think what happened is when I put your hook on my right wheel, it probably spun as I was translating.
If I can quickly put this in, it looks like if I go more starboard, we're going to not have a problem anymore.
Okay. You're good. I'll just wait on you.
I'm sorry to make you wait.
No problem. This is as close as I've gotten to an APFR and 3 PVAs.
I'd be happy to pass this over to you. I think I've got Papa and Can Be Depressed, and understand it was Fox 6.
Yep.
Up top, and then clocking 6.
Yep, you're right. 6, Papa, Foxtrot 6. And understand if you need to hold position, Frank, for the safety tethers, but you've got to go for Charlie 3 when able.
Just waiting a little bit. Thanks.
So this view from Frank Rubio's helmet cam, just below him there, Josh Cassidy working to get that foot restraint stored on the seat of cart, the crew equipment and translation aid, having taken it off of the Canadarm2 robotic arm that he was riding a little bit earlier in today's spacewalk. If you're just now joining, we had a successful completion.
Josh, Frank, just want to check with you guys. We think you're clear of the arm so that Duke and Queechy can move it into its final position.
Affirmative. We are well clear.
Okay.
Yep. Assuming they're going to go station forward, correct?
Yeah, that's right, Frank. Station forward 1 meter.
Yep. You're clear, Queechy.
Okay, we'll maneuver to the park position. Thank you.
Okay, there's Papa Fox 6. And is that going to make sense? It looks like it is. So I'll get the clock in a 6 and I'll get out of your way.
No worries.
Okay. Got a good full truss test, and we are black on black.
And Josh, copy the pitch knob check.
Knob can be depressed.
Copy. Thank you.
Before I get out of here, you guys are happy with that config, right? You can probably see it in my HECA.
Okay, Josh. So with that APFR stowed, you'll grab the cable bag, put that on your BRT, and then we'll start heading you back.
Copy.
Josh, that cable bag's just off your right shoulder.
Copy.
And Frank, Josh, we're working through a little bit of blockage. Won't let you know we got your voice, but no video.
Copy, next, thanks.
Frank, can you just verify that is, that's Papa, can you make sure that's Fox 6 on it? And I have a good red on this guy.
On the APFR, I can't really see from this angle. It looks right though.
I'm ready to the bag. Jaws are closed. Paddles are out. I'm going to try to swing it behind me without hitting that APFR. And without catching your safety tether.
You're good.
All right. Let me look at what's going on here. Okay. Agree that these tethers are going to be clear as soon as I cross over that cross.
At least here they will be. I can't see further down.
Oh, there we go.
Hopefully it's completely clear down there too.
There's a cross here.
Yeah, they're still spun.
We still, I'm now underneath you.
Okay.
I'll just take the cross back.
Okay.
I guess to the airlock.
Yep. Something about it should work. Frank, I'll take settings for probably 3.
Yep. And copy all, Josh, you're headed to your green hook on 3651, and those PGT settings are going to be Bravo 7 clockwise 2, Frank.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2, copy.
And on this bolt, Frank, we're looking for 19 turns, 19.
So right now we are 6 hours 29 minutes into today's spacewalk. The primary goal of installing and deploying this new iROSA was done successfully. We did get a confirmation, if we haven't reported it yet, from the Spartan flight controller here in Mission Control Houston, that new iROSA already generating power. All signatures from it look great. So another addition to the power system on board the space station is successfully installed today and connected to continue our upgrades to the power system, eventually adding 6 of these arrays. This was the 4th out of 6. This one augmenting the 4A power channel. So again, that iROSA deployed, integrated successfully already into the station power system.
So you're going to be Bravo 1, clockwise 2 now, and you're going to go to torque.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2, going to torque.
That's a good readback.
This is not going to work, in fact, Frank. Nick for tethers here. I think I've got a plan. I want to make sure you're on board.
Okay, stand by, Josh. We'll get this PGT info, and then we'll chat.
All right, I had 2 turns, green light, 11.8 on torque.
Okay, copy, Frank. That is a good bolt. So you're good to stow your PGT and retrieve that adjustable. Okay, Josh, we're back with you.
I took down my... Okay, so I took down my HECA. Hopefully you can see. Not sure how it happened, but we've got this cross right here. This is...
And Josh, we're negative on your HECA.
Together. This is my load.
So just to let you know, current config, we've got good HECA on Frank, but I don't have any video off your HECA.
Okay, I've got a green light. I've got 2 green lights, in fact.
And copy that. And we're reestablished, Josh.
Okay.
Okay, Josh, we've got a good view of what's in front of you, and we're ready.
You can see this in the HECA. So I think the best option, I'm not sure how we got here. I want to make sure we're not making things worse, but I think I disconnect his green hook, and I take my whole pack forward of his green reel. So essentially stuff this whole thing through. And then if we have a cross.
And Josh, copy the plan. And we concur. That's a good plan. You'll just carry the cross all the way back to the airlock, and that'll be fine.
Concur. Okay, sounds good. I'm going to move your green hook a couple times here.
Okay, sounds good.
And right now, Josh Cassada just doing a little bit of rearranging on those tethers. They'll have multiple engaged at any given time just to keep them secure to both the station and all the various equipment that they're working on. They have a couple of different safety tethers, equipment tethers, all available to them throughout these spacewalks. But we're largely in the cleanup and ending phase of the spacewalk so far today. CASA's primary cleanup job was to get the foot restraint off the robotic arm and get it stowed on the CETA cart, the crew equipment in translation assist cart, and he was able to do that successfully. And meanwhile, Frank Rubio's just wrapping up driving a couple of bolts to secure the FSE beams that had previously been holding the iROSA in place on the equipment pallet that it arrived on.
Back over to the crew lock bag Tango, and so you're going to end up picking that up. Your choice as to whether you want to stuff those adjustables inside or secure them to your MWS.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do is put them in can I put them on the outside?
Affirmative. If you want to, you can put them on the external.
Okay. I think we cleared it.
All right, thanks, Josh. Yep.
No problem.
And then Frank Rubio's final job for cleanup is grabbing some of these adjustable equipment tethers, as they're working with.
Nice work, Josh. I see you translating back in.
As they're working with any equipment on board, they try to keep it tethered to them, make sure we don't have tools or any other items floating away during the spacewalk. And so he's just stowing some of those tethers on the crew lock bag, and then Frank will be done with his cleanup steps. We'll start to see the crew make their way back to the airlock to begin the ingress and finishing steps of the spacewalk itself. Again, right now we're 6 hours, 36 minutes in duration. Things kicked off at 7:19 a.m. Central, 8:19 a.m. Eastern. When they took their suits over to battery power, the clock's going to continue to count until they get inside the airlock, get the hatch closed, and the repressurization of the Quest airlock begins. Once we start to see the pressure tick up, that will be the operational completion of today's spacewalk.
You doing okay, Frank?
Yep. Yeah, I was just working this bag. Yeah, on my BRT. Transferring adjustables.
Okay, Frank, I'll make the CETA spur.
Copy, Josh. Thanks.
Okay, Josh, I see you arriving at the airlock. So you're going to stow the crew lock bag inside. Check that. It's a cable bag. It's a cable bag.
Cable bag on. Translator bag.
Copy, Frank. I see you heading back in.
Copy that.
And Frank, as you come off the FSC, we're going to want you to do the seated cart brakes, brake checks.
On the right, we see Josh Cassidy's back at the Quest airlock. Just open the thermal cover. I'm going to start moving some of the equipment inside. So Cassidy is going to make his way inside of the airlock first. And he will be prime rather for starting to get some of the additional connections that are going to go into the suits unstowed as we get ready to basically integrate the EMUs back into the station systems, get back on those service and cooling umbilicals. But all that's still to come. Frank Rubio is going to be going in second. He's going to be prime as the lead spacewalker for getting that thermal cover and then the hatch itself closed.
I've got 2 releases on the port seater cart.
Copy. Good release on the port seated cart.
Okay, airlock rat is hooked up to the IDA bag. I'm getting my VRT off.
Copy, Josh.
Okay, the IDA bag is inside. I assume same thing for me.
And Josh, the only thing left for you is to hook up your waist tether and ingress. Frank, you're working on your green hook. I see just the nadir of the seated cart, starboard seated cart.
Roger.
Okay, my left waist tether is on the D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, black on black, as is the hook that goes to my left D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, black on black.
Copy, that's a good config. Your go to ingress.
Sounds good.
My green hook is on my red wheel. Both wheels are unlocked.
Okay, copy that. If you can do the brake release on the starboard seated cart, you're good to come on in.
Okay.
And Josh, once you're inside the airlock, you're go to turn off your HECA.
Yeah. The brake release is actively placed.
Copy, good brake release on the starboard cart.
A little over 6 hours, 46 minutes, and we are moving towards the conclusion of today's spacewalk. Right now, Josh Casta already back inside of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. Frank Rubio making his way there now. They've finished all of their cleanup steps. And soon we'll be going back inside to so they're moving back inside of the airlock. Reminder, our spacewalk will officially conclude when the repress of the airlock begins. So first we have to get them inside, get them hooked up back to these umbilicals, go through a couple of additional steps in the repress cue card, get the hatch closed, and then we'll be ready to go.
Okay, Frank, as you show up, Josh has already got his waist tether down on the inside, so he's got a good load path. The next step for you is going to be grabbing his anchor hook and hooking it to your waist tether.
Josh, I'm back at the airlock.
Okay. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
Nicely done out there.
Good to be here. You too, man.
I don't know how you drew the short straw to work on those beams again.
It's all good.
Probably because you gave me this bag.
I've had my share of that bag, so.
What's that?
I've had my share of that bag.
Okay.
All right, Nick, I have Josh's anchor hook on my waist header, both his anchor hook and my waist header are day close hook lock black on black.
Okay, copy that. Good config. So you're good to pull up your anchor hook off of 554 and ingress.
Copy.
Do you want to bring the tango bag in first? Or do you want to bring it in with you?
I think I can get it with me. Let me try and. Well, actually, you know what? Let me hand it to you because I have some stuff to do, so it'll make life easier. Thank you.
Let's just make sure it's on the. What side do you want this? My tether pack on. Do you want it over here? You can run.
Yes, please, on the forward side.
I'll let you drive your safety tether however you want since it's mine. I've got your.
Are you able to release my safety tether? Oh, I'm sorry, my rat?
Yep, absolutely. So we got a good rat on there. Here comes your Airlock bag rat. It is wrapped around this wire tie.
Thank you.
Oh, I see which wire tie this is. Alright, I'm going to go try to get out of your way. Nick, while I'm maneuvering, do you ever go ahead and start working my SCU?
Yeah, affirmative. You're go to start working mating your SCU to your DCM.
Okay, thank you.
And Frank, when it's convenient, if you want to turn off your HECA, you can do it.
Okay, copy. HECA's off.
Copy all.
Okay, Duke was right. SSU does not have the satisfying click, but I push out, it does not come off, so I have made it.
Great.
I'm going to try to get out of your way as best I can.
All right, I am in the airlock, and the thermal cover is closed.
Copy that. And I've got a few checks here to attach the hook to the magnetic plate D-ring, cinch the strap, and report the number of Sharpie lines.
Come on.
And 6 hours 53, coming up on 54 minutes into the spacewalk. That clock's going to continue counting until we get.
Look, something's pulling me hard.
I don't think it's pulling you. I think it was twist maybe. And a roll right. I'm sorry, roll left.
But again, that clock going to continue to count. So right now they've worked to get the thermal cover closed. So we're into the very end stages of our spacewalk today. So after they get the thermal cover closed, we're now stepping into both crew members working to get their SCUs, their service and coolant umbilicals, from where they've been stowed throughout the spacewalk. They're going to remove covers on those, and they're going to connect the service and coolant umbilicals, the SCUs, to their display and control module on their spacesuit. That's going to essentially hardline them back in to station systems, and then they're going to start stepping through some of the settings, including turning the water off on their EMU systems.
The cover is closed. Adjustable is on the clip point and IP6 turbulence.
Copy that. There's another check for the thermal cover magnet engaged.
It is.
Okay, with that, you're good to remove the SCU from its stowage pouch and install it on your DCM.
Josh, are you able to scoot a little bit further port?
Oh, my head's up against the hatch.
Okay.
I can go a little bit, keep trying to roll to put my back forward.
Hold on. Nick, I think I should do it back.
Yeah, if you could find good Velcro, I would do it. Otherwise, that's going to get in the way.
Yeah. I'm just going to connect real quick in that way.
So again, right now the crew in the crew lock section of the airlock, we've got the thermal cover closed. Next up, they're going to be
Connected.
Okay, with that, you guys are both connected back up to the vehicle. You are good to take your water switches to the off OFF position and expect an H2O is off message.
Water's off for EV2.
EV1, water's off.
Okay, copy that. We're starting the 2-minute timer down here. And, well, we got the 2 minutes, and I still got you. Just want to say outstanding job today. You made it look easy and routine.
Ryan, thanks so much to you and the entire team. Great job again. All the people who helped plan and execute this, so thank you guys. Appreciate it. Josh, you got anything?
Same words. Can't thank you guys enough. Don't know about routine. Certainly didn't feel that way. Never does. That one felt like a lion fight. But I think the program was asking Santa for a new, and that team just made it happen.
I got to say, you've got a lot of people who are very glad that their holiday plans are still secure.
Hey, we're incredibly happy that that's the case.
Frank and I are going to put in for some leave.
Chuckles all around the room.
And some words there at the end of a long but very successful day from our two spacewalkers, Frank Rubio and Josh Cassada, as well as our ground IV, the voice you've heard from Mission Control walking them through all the procedures today, NASA astronaut Nick Hague. this point, we're just waiting. We've got a 2-minute timer after the water turns off before we start moving into the actual repressurization of that section of the Quest airlock. So coming up next, Frank Rubio, our lead spacewalker for the day, is going to get the go to close the hatch. So as of right now, the crew lock section still has an open hatchway into the vacuum of space, so he's going to close that up. And then we'll jump over to the repress cue card.
2 minutes is up, so you can verify the handle position per the hatch decal. Make sure that the outer hatch is clear of hardware, and close and lock the hatch.
Copy. Good work. Okay, Nick, we are last and in the lock position.
Copy, Frank. So Josh, you're going to check on the UIA that the EMU 1 and 2 oxygen valves are open.
Oxygen, EMU 1 and EMU 2 open.
You're going to switch power for EV 1 and 2 to the on position, ON. Check that you've got good LEDs and the volts readout.
Power EV1 coming on. Good LED and volts 18.6. Power EV2 is on. Good LED and 18.6 on volts.
Copy. And then you are go on your DCMs to switch power to SCU and expect a warning tone.
Copy, power to SCU. One.
EV2 is in SCU.
Okay. E1 SCU.
Copy, Frank. And so with that, I will hand you two back over to Koichi.
Okay, thanks again, Nick. You guys enjoy and enjoy your new year. On the think of us. Thanks for everything, Nick.
It's a big team effort. Enjoyed working with you.
Okay, Nick, excellent job. And I'll take over from here. Welcome back, guys. EV1 and 2, O2 actuator to press.
O2 actuator to press and work. EV1.
In work for EV2.
And this is Mission Control Houston, just about one step away until we can call the end of today's spacewalk.
Okay, copy. Both EV1 and EV2 also.
EV2 still working.
Okay, did that, Josh?
Koichi, I moved my TCV to 6.
Okay, copy TCV 6 or EV1.
Actually, well, just saying TCV is set press. All of a sudden it says O2 actuators off.
O2 actuator back to press then.
And EV2 is in press.
Can someone make sure everyone is in press? We currently see Frank's in off. We need him in press.
EV2.
Okay, O2 actuators in press.
Okay, copy that, Frank. O2 actuator in press. So with both of you in press position, we will start the pressurization with the IV hatch equalization valve. And if the rate is too fast, let me know. I will start slowly.
Okay, Koichi, can you stand by for 1 second?
Copy, standing by.
And Megan, for EV2, do you show press? I'm not showing anything on my display.
We see EV2 in press. And we're still waiting on data for EV1.
Okay, Josh, is it okay to press?
Again, boss, Megan?
We see both you are go to press.
Copy, thank you. Koichi, continue.
Okay, with that, then we will start the repress with the IV hatch equalization valve, and let us know if the rate is too fast, and then expect the alert tone.
Copy. EV1 copy, thank you.
And confirmation that the repressurization of the Quest airlock has begun, stopping our timer for today. And we finished right in the dot, 2:27 p.m. Central Time, 3:27 p.m. Eastern, for a total elapsed time of 7 hours and 8 minutes in today's spacewalk. So again, 7 hours, 8 minutes. The repress starting at 2:27 p.m. Central, 3:27 p.m. Eastern. That's 20:27 GMT.
EV2, would you expect me to see anything on my display? I've got the brightness cranked up to 6.
We're checking.
EV1 and EV2, how's the repress rate?
Good for EV1.
I like it. Thank you, Koichi. EV2.
See that, thank you.
So right now we're seeing the pressure inside the crew lock start to tick up, and this is a manual process using a valve on that hatchway between the crew lock and the equipment lock section, where Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann are going to be standing by to help Josh and Frank get out of their suits. And so you're hearing that airlock start to fill up with air. It's a manually operated valve called the IV, or intravehicular hatch equalization valve. They're able to just throttle it between off and a normal fill. They also have another setting where we can very rapidly start to repressurize, but that not necessary on a normal end of today's spacewalk. Again, that total elapsed time, 7 hours and 8 minutes. We're going to continue to pressurize up until we hit about 5 psi. And then once we get there, we will pause for about 2 minutes just to let pressure stabilize. And then after that 2-minute clock, we'll continue on.
Expect alert tone.
Copy. Language.
And difficult to hear, but Koichi just told both crew members to expect an alert tone once we hit 4 psi, which we just passed. And again, expecting to continue until we hit about 5. And then Koichi will close that hatch equalization valve. We'll pause for a moment to allow the pressure to stabilize before we continue with the repress all the way up to about 14.7 psi.
Okay, 1 and 2. I turn off the IV hatch equalization valve and checking the pressure for stabilization.
Thank you, Coach. Copy.
And this is Mission Control Houston again. We're continuing with the repressurization of the crew lock section of Quest. We're pausing at this 5 to allow the pressure to equalize. And after about a 2-minute timer, Koichi Wakata, waiting inside the equipment lock, will be able to open up that valve again to continue the repress all the way up to about 14.7. So that'll equalize it with the equipment lock section, get both Josh and Frank back into essentially a sea level atmosphere. We're going to do it gradually. Again, very similar to any pressure changes you go through here on Earth. You don't want to shock the system by going too quickly. So it's a very gradual repress for them today. After that hatch pressure gets equalized on either side, crew will be able to open up the hatches, bring them in, and then begin what's known as suit doffing, essentially just getting helmets off and then the remainder of the suit, and bringing an end to the day for both Josh Cassada and Frank Rubio. This was a fully successful spacewalk today. They were able to remove and install a new rollout solar array, and we did get confirmation from the Spartan flight controller here in Mission Control that that solar array already integrated and providing power checked out great. So the primary...
EV2, we had good cool-lock leak check. Please check the switch of glove heaters OFF.
Off for EV2.
And off for EV1 and copy on the pressure check. Good words. Thanks, Rachel.
Okay, great. And check gloves for contamination. And if you see anything, please report to Houston.
Negative for EV1.
Negative for EV2.
Houston.
Okay, next step. Both EV1 and EV2 O2 actuator to IV.
Good words.
Copy. Coming to IV.
And Station Houston 1, Josh, we'll go ahead and confirm that transition for you since your DCM is not showing you anything.
Okay. Copy that. Thank you. I believe I'm in IV now.
Okay, copy that, Josh.
Stand by, Squeezy.
And Station, we're just waiting on data here on the ground.
Copy.
Sure. EV1 is IV.
And so just standing by for another moment, we'll get a quick data pass and get all of the suit readouts down here to the team on the ground just to double confirm everything was still looking good, and then Koichi Wakata will be able to open up that valve and complete the final stage of our repress today. We'll have stats and everything before we sign off for you for today's spacewalk, which again lasted 7 hours and 8 minutes in total, fully accomplished its goal. Both Josh Casta and Frank Rubio working to install that new solar array.
I can see it. It is in IV. We just don't have the
concurs. We see you in IV.
Yeah, okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Megan.
Okay, with that, restart the repressurization.
Copy, Coach. Copy for EV2.
EV1 and 2, expect alert tone.
EV1 copy.
EV2 copy.
And so that hatch equalization valve open once more, seeing the pressure climb. They're going to continue until the difference in pressure between the crew lock and the equipment lock is essentially zero, so they'll be equal in pressure. After which case we'll be out of the repress cue card, and Koichi and Nicole will be able to open up the hatch, bring Josh and Frank back inside, get them out of their suits, and wrap up a very successful day. And we're a little over 10 PSI. Again, we're looking to get to right around 14.7. Looks like we're a shade under, but that's roughly the sea level pressure that the entirety of the station's kept at. Just over 11, we'll see that pressure start to equalize out pretty soon, and the hatch will come open. All right, and the pressure inside the crew lock just crawling over 14 psi, so we should be getting real close now to that equalization.
EV1 and EV2, visibility is approximately 0 and expect alert tone.
Copy. EV1.
EV2, copy.
Okay, EV1 and EV2, we will open the IV hatch.
That sounds great.
Sounds amazing.
And with the pressure now equalized, Wakata working to open up that hatch between the crew and equipment locks. And once that hatch is open, he and Nicole Mann will be able to bring.
Do this, huh? All right, safe to undo a weight center.
Yeah.
I got it. I'm on it.
Easy, turn it. Oh, yeah. Little stiffness after a few minutes. Yeah.
All set. Thanks.
And getting confirmation the hatch now open. And with that, Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann able to start bringing Frank Rubio, Josh Cassada back inside of the equipment lock. They're going to help them get helmets off, get out of their suits, make their way back into the station after an extremely successful day today. Again, just to recap, 7 hours, 8 minutes of spacewalking time today. Fully successful, able to remove that rollout solar array from its temp stow location, get it out to its new home, powering the 4A power channel, successfully installed, unfurled, integrated in, and already generating electricity. So that's 4 out of 6 iROSA arrays now installed on the International Space Station. So very successful day, the third spacewalk for this duo just in the last couple of months and in their careers together. So a couple of quick stats for you before we go away. This was the 257th spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This was the 12th spacewalk on the station in 2022, and the 4th that was accomplished during Expedition 68, third U.S. one, and the first Russian. And this was the third spacewalk of both Cassada and Rubio's career, both of them now with a cumulative spacewalking time of 21 hours and 24 minutes. So all told, these 257 spacewalks now give us a lifetime of over 1,600 hours, 1,630 hours, 26 minutes of spacewalking. That translates to 67 days, 22 hours, and 26 minutes. But with the crew back safely inside, being helped out now by their Expedition 68 crewmates, a very successful spacewalk today, we are going to go ahead and wrap up our live coverage of EVA number 83, US EVA 83, here on NASA TV. Thanks for following along, watching Josh and Frank work in the vacuum of space and make a successful upgrade to the station's power generation system to help power more research, more technology for many years to come. Be sure to tune in for all of our upcoming dynamic activities in 2023. As the action never really stops on board the station, we'll have a lot more spacewalks, cargo vehicles, upgrade science, all happening throughout next year. But if we don't talk to you again, have a very wonderful holiday, a very happy new year, and we will see you next time on board the International Space Station. So signing off, this is Mission Control Houston.